And welcome one, welcome all to, oh man, I wasn't expecting that. Welcome one, welcome all to Conqueror League Titan Esports on this beautiful Wednesday night. I am your play-by-play caster, Malco, joined today by the meme mugger himself, Freedom Potatoes. And just to ask, how you feeling tonight, man? You're looking a little, just a little bit down.
You ever been reverse swept before? Not a good time, but also was a good time. Last night, if you weren't tuned into the Vanquisher League stream, I was on stage getting my ass handed to me. Oh, should I not say that word? I don't know. Anyway, in front of like 150 people. But yeah, I was getting cooked and cooking, a little bit of both. And now I'm out of playoffs. But I'm here to redeem myself tonight with hopefully a banger cast of Los Culos Hermanos versus XSV Wrath.
And this is looking like it's gonna be a real fun time. As I was reading on the markup, this is actually a rematch of a series that happened back in week 3, and it seemed as if both these teams, and like the only time that actually I believe SFE Wrath has actually lost is to Los Culos Hermanos. So we actually are going to be able to see how these teams are now going to be able to punch up to one another, seeing that they've kind of learned a lot throughout the rest of the season. They've definitely have improved, and now they're here in semifinals to be able to prove who can really go on to potentially hoist up the championship trophy for Conquerors League. As we get into this draft, what are you expecting from these teams, Freedom Potatoes?
I'm expecting a lot of aggressive jungle play. I feel like both of these junglers really like fighter type champions, and that's kind of the matchup that our content creator Manveer has also highlighted as kind of the one to watch. I'd expect, I think like pretty typical drafts out of the mid lane, the bot lane. Nothing too crazy, at least to start off the series. But I mean, this is a best of 5. Last time these teams played a best of 3, and the best of 5 is really where your champ pool can get tested if it goes all the way. Again, I certainly felt that in my experience last night. So if this game goes the distance, I'll be interested to see what pocket picks we see come out.
And truthfully, I think it's going to be a very interesting series, because I feel like a lot of the series that we have at least casted has really come down to who dominates the jungle. And usually who dominates the jungle has been consistently winning games, and I feel like that's just kind of how this meta has been overall. So you do either see a lot of bans towards the jungle, or you see a lot of priority towards jungle, especially on blue side, where we do see, I believe Jarvan is probably one of the most picked junglers, I want to say, in Conqueror League so far. Especially just because of how safe of a blind pick that it is into most teams. So now we are going right into the ban phase. The first couple of bans already up. We're seeing Zillion Varus on the side of Los Culos Hermanos, and then SFE Wrath so far have banned out the Hecarim, one of those jungle bans that we were talking about. And actually, and Rek'Sai, another one. I actually I've come to grown to like Hecarim a little bit more as of late, mostly because of Mayhem and just going pure Omnivamp on him, and he just never dies. It was just always so funny. And then I think they're listening to me there, because we hit the Jarvan ban, and I mean, I was expecting LCH to pick it for themselves, but instead they're gonna go ahead and ban it out and make sure that Taylor Swift is not gonna be able to utilize that champion. And the last ban on the side of SFE Wrath being the Pantheon.
I was surprised to see teams ban out the Jarvan on the blue side, because, as you mentioned, it's such a versatile pick. But they are going to grab the Syndra, which can these days be flexed mid and bot. So flex picks always good for that innate flexibility. But the Victor is another champion that can do both of those roles and matches up decently well into the Syndra. Not as much of a playmaking champion, but can play the front to back really effectively, provides a lot of zone control, and is pretty safe.
And I think that right now I also like what SFV is going for right now with the Nocturne Victor, or not Nocturne, wow, the Wukong Victor. I really like seeing these like potential like setup combo champions always being utilized to be able to get either more pressure in the lane, or to kind of give you more agency and allow you to bully the lane a little bit more. And LCH going with Nasus, I'm wondering if that potentially is a draft bug, or is that
I think they've played Nasus jungle before. Spartiate has 3 games of Nasus jungle this season so far, so not entirely surprising to see it picked up. Although I will say XSV's team comp isn't like the most attack speed reliant, at least not the picks they had shown so far with the Victor Wukong. So I don't know if it's like the dream Nasus game from what we've seen, because they have a lot of utility and CC to keep that Nasus away from them. But Nasus paired with Syndra is a pretty nice combo. If you land Wither on someone, it's basically a free stun for the Syndra. And also with the Caitlyn being shown, we now know that this will be a Syndra mid, and the Jhin will be matching the Caitlyn down there in the bot lane.
I think that's actually a pretty decent matchup considering how far in range that the Jhin likes to try to stay and poke you away, especially with those 4th shots. If he can get that poke in, he's going to want to consistently do that. I think Caitlyn being able to outrange him or in general, outrange just about almost every ADC in the game, aside from like maybe Jinx rockets, things like that. I would say that you're getting a pretty decent matchup in that bot lane, and so being able to pivot from potentially being a Syndra bot to being Caitlyn is actually a really good thing here. We do see for the last couple bans, it's going to be the Darius and Bar banned on the side of LCH. SFVW is going to end up banning out the Seraphine and the Nautilus for their sides. I do kind of like those support bans towards that bot side, even though the Seraphine I feel like is not even though probably is played a lot by 4, probably not the most useful one, because I don't think the Seraphine Caitlyn is as good of a combo as say like Ashe, Seraphine, and other things alike. But we get a bit of engage here for LCH as they get the Rel in that support role, and then we do see picked up is going to be the Shen topside, which I do like that here. And matching up against the Shen is going to be out on the set, and we're going to see Twilights pick up the Karma to finish off that bot lane. So these two compositions are actually looking very interesting, but I feel like the more rounded comp might actually be the side of SFVW.
I'd agree. XSVW is a little more well-rounded in my view. I feel like LCH is still a little lacking on the engage. They have the Rel, which is a great engage tool, but they aren't a super divey comp. I feel like Shen really likes having other champions with high mobility that can go in. Rel has pretty long cooldowns on her mobility, so if she doesn't find that initial angle, it's a little harder for Shen to get the value he wants to. The Shen can protect the carries, but again, I don't feel like XSV is super divey either. They kind of want to play poke, play the fights a little slower, and then pull the trigger with the Set and Wukong. And so I feel like XSV is going to be able to play their game plan a little more easily. I think the Set should get good value into the Shen and the Nasus as like a peel tool also. But yeah, I feel like both Shen and Nasus are kind of nice anti-auto attacker champions, and XSV didn't draft a ton of auto attack reliant champions, so I think I favor XSV's draft ever so slightly here, but execution always going to be the name of the game.
And again, I think that both of these teams are, with considering that they've both played against one another, and the only loss for LCH is to SFVW. I feel like they're going to be really playing into one another, and I at least to the best of their ability for this game one. What I really do like here though is the Nasus, even though it's only been played 3 games, it's like, hey, if we get this out game 1 and we lose on it, then all right, cool, that's taken out, and maybe one of my stronger junglers will either be open and available for the next upcoming games. So I like the way that Spatiate is kind of thinking in that. I feel like that's maybe what they were thinking in that sense, is like, hey, let's go this game 1. We can kind of spare that if anything, because we believe that we can overall have the better execution later on in the series. And I feel like this is kind of showing in this game 1, because if like we were saying, it's a more well-rounded composition on the side of SFVW, but it feels like a lot more of the staple champions to pick within Champ Select are here, if that makes sense. Like, you got Victor, you got Jhin, you got Karma, you got Wukong. Like, those are some more staple champions that generally everyone tends to pick. And so it feels like once you start to get rid of those champions and you start to go to the more lesser pick champions, you're going to start to show, like you said, the champion pool might start to once it starts to dwindle, it might start to actually show in with the composition and how the two teams play. So I think the way you're thinking is right. This is probably going to end up being a longer series, and ultimately it's going to be the execution that comes down to whatever ends up happening, you know?
Yeah. I mean, execution, and I do feel like there is a bit of an X factor with, the Syndra can be one of those X factor champions where if you are just like landing huge stuns in fight, like you can swing the game easily off of that. If you're able to peel the Wukong before he gets a good ult, you can get a lot of work done there. If CU is finding good engages on the Rel, like you can, always find a good angle with that champion if you're playing the vision game right. And so I think, yeah, vision control is something I want to see LCH play around, because I do think they have a lot of ability to threaten from the fog. If they can catch the carries from XSV off guard, they're going to have a hard time peeling for them. I think if they can play the range, then XSV is going to be in great shape. But yeah, they need to space properly in the first place to do that.
And I think right now this pressure in the mid lane is not exactly the spacing that you want to see, as the lasers just keep getting onto maxing over and over again, already chunking him down to about under half HP, having to pop one of the, I think popping both the pots in, having to has the biscuit in reserve though, so at least has that little bit of sustain, but is now starting to get some of that damage back onto the shiny Sneasel.
Yeah, Shiny Sneasel, a very strong player in general, and Victor, absolute lane bully, even into a lot of ranged matchups. The Victor laser is basically undodgeable if you're standing on the initial cast spot, as, ooh, we see if I'm the jungle.
Oh yeah, and that's not the fight I think Spaceship wants to take. But wait a second, as CU is gonna say see you later to the Jin, gets rooted up by the Deadly Fish, goes and Taylor Swift trying to get a little bit more damage down, but the it's gonna be the crash down, gonna be able to get him get well out of there. And look, they're gonna opt in to stay. Does have the pots ticking, so that should be at least a little bit more HP. Pharrell not being forced to back here. That was a whole lot of action right there in the bot, over in the bot side jungle.
I also just realized, is CU not the starting support for Los Culos Hermanos? Because I think we saw a different name in Champion Select, or like, yeah, in on our screens in Champion Select, and I don't see them listed on the sheet. But so I think there may have been a substitution, but it looks like they didn't lose bans for it. So we get a nice honorable series going on here. Always a shame to see ban losses in a high stakes situation, and we're not going to see that here. In the mid lane, Shiny Sneasel taking the back, getting a little, despite the good early trading from the Victor, not having that much of a CS lead, and that is always the thing you have to be careful about, is if you tunnel vision too hard on poking and disregard the minions a little bit, you know, if both players reset and you spend the same amount of gold, then did the poke really happen?
Right, and especially with the Victor opting to go towards the going towards the Merc Treads for the first item instead of potentially picking up Amp Tome or some type of damage. Hold on, we're getting Owl and Alcoholic up here fighting a good fight. We like to see those little top lane brawls. They're always fun. And the two supports are going to end up finding each other in the jungle. Crash down used to get away from the tether. To lights. I like this Karma so far. It's been a nice little even matchup in that bot lane for the most part. But the Jin is just ever so slightly having an edge.
I think Jin Karma is a really strong lane. Not to keep bringing up the history, but that's one that I think did a lot of work into us in our series yesterday, in a later game. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Jin likes move speed. Jin likes being able to kind of get up, play the fourth shot, run away. And I think Karma offers a lot of what he needs. Like you can see there, just guiding away from the Rel.
Yeah, and that's gonna make this lane a lot more difficult for Rel if every time that you're about to engage, Jin just has the ability to just Zoidberg out of there, and with Karma boosting him up. So this is honestly, I thought that maybe the Caitlyn would be able to at least help counteract that, but the shielding I've also been kind of underrating down in that bot side, as it's, oh wait a second. Ooh. All right, little bit of fighting. Alcoholic here matching up with the Shen up in the top side against Owl. I really do like how this works. Spatiate going in, gonna potentially be able to get in range for the Wither as Talites is being chased down. Wither lands onto Talites, force the flash as the Ignite is dropped down. And that's gonna be just about it. The Peacemaker gonna be able to land. Talites brought down to about just over a quarter HP. But the Drake now started by Taylor Swift, so that's going to be potentially a failed gank, and the Drake secured for the side of SSVW, but they might be forced to turn around as they're walking up. Spatiate does see the target in front of him, but they do manage to get out, and they're just going to take the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, if Maxine had been able to move a little quicker there onto the Drake, they might have been able to look for a stun onto Taylor Swift into a kill angle. Wukong did have flash though, so no guarantees that that works out. And the River, I think, was unwarded from the mid side at that time. I think that ward was just freshly placed. And it's always scary to move into River if you don't know, are they doing the dragon or are they just setting up a death bush for me? So Maxine gonna play it safe, still keeping the CS nice and even in the mid lane, actually up a little bit. Looks like Shiny Sneasel is working towards those Merc Treads. which are so valuable into Syndra. So much of Syndra's damage comes from landing the stun into the follow-up W, and then, once you have the 2 Qs, an extra Q as well. But if you have those Merc Treads, you can just walk away from that follow-up damage in most cases, if she is trying to play the max range stun anyway, and just like negate half of her combo's damage, and it gives you that extra burst protection on top of it.
And I do think, like, I know I kind of like always like to poke at people when they build boots first, but in this particular retrospect, it's actually been helping, especially with dodging out on a lot of the damage that the Syndra can drop, because that little bit of extra movement speed, I feel like movement speed is one of those other like stats that people kind of underrate, because it's just like, oh, when you can move away from things a little bit faster, it just helps you avoid a lot of damage. Being able to reposition faster helps you to be, as I said, reposition to get into a better position. But we're gonna open up the curtains, and it's looking like they're not gonna be able to land as we get the fighting up in the top side there between the Shen and the Set. But they're gonna be able to get away though. CU and Reneg are both kind of brought down to decently low HP. This Karma and this Caitlyn Rel not really getting to play the way they want to, and I feel like, even though it's not a big lead, the Jhin just kind of feels like they have more of an advantage here. Taylor Swift does get spotted out on the ward, sees it with their sweeper, decides to roam down and go for these Void Grubs instead, with Spatiate down on the bot side. Should be safe to do so, but I don't think that they were spotted. Gonna be able to block the ultimate from the Caitlyn as Spatiate is walking up. Gonna land the Wither onto the Karma as CU looking to go ahead and stun them down, but Evil Fallen trying to target Caitlyn instead. To Lights, nearly taken down. First blood going over to the Nasus. Evil Fallen now just trying to find one target to take it. It's not gonna be enough. Reneg able to take that kill. 2 kills down to the bot side as LCH is gonna be able to take them. Yes, you get the Void Grubs, but you lose 2 down bot.
Nice cross map from the side of LCH. Even though the bot lane is low on HP, they use that as kind of bait to get XSV to walk up, trying to cancel their recalls, punish them for that lead that, use the lead that XSV's bot lane had secured in the HP department. But with the Nasus in the area, there is just too much CC. The overextension is too much, and XSV is punished. So we got a little over 1,000 gold up for LCH now, but XSV has gotten the grubs and that first Drake, so I don't think they're feeling too worried about this. It does always feel bad to kind of lose control of a lane where you were dominating so heavily early in the trading department, because as this game goes on, I think Rel is going to be able to find more value. In the early game, the Jhin Karma can really just play poke and zone, and once Rel is able to play those Hex Flash angles on team fights, I think we could see her become a lot more lethal.
And I feel like in general, when it's like a tank versus a support enchanter matchup, you just kind of feel like you're gonna lose the lane as the tank in general, because there's just a consistent, oh, wait a second, Owl here deciding to engage as they're going against the suplex, tilts him down, trying to slow him up, and he's trying to walk away, but Alcoholic gets him under the tower, and here's Spatiate trying to go ahead and help him out as the Wither gonna be able to slow him down just enough, can't get the shielding, and gets the return kill on the gank up in that top side, and getting the assist over to the Shen. But there's gonna be a kill for the first one for SSV Wrath over to Owl on the top side.
Nice little solo kill by Owl, but commits a lot for it and does go down to the gank. Ooh, hold on.
No, Shiny Sneasel gonna be able to walk away from the unleashed power, and Taylor Swift gonna be able to add the second kill for SFV Wrath, being able to go ahead and be there just in time.
All right, we're gonna get a look back at this solo kill in the top side. So Alcoholic actually up a level here, but Owl's holding the wave on his side. It just takes the trade with the face breaker hit, and then the showstopper chases Alcoholic down, and then despite the Spirit's Refuge helping to block some of those autos, is still able to get that big haymaker through the tower and finish off the kill. But yeah, Nasus being able to pick up the kill here, I think LCH is not going to be too unhappy about that. Nasus only going to get stronger, has his first item completed while Wukong does not. Ooh, hold on.
No, Evil Fallen gonna be able to land a Deadly Flourish. Reneg trying to walk away, gets chunked down, but was able to chunk him back using the Ace in the Hole at the end there. So they at least kind of still give themselves the pressure in that bot lane, though Jhin is, I think, keeping it even with this CS as well. And I also want to just point out, though, that like they said, they got the solo kill up topside, but Shen has been consistently ahead, up in level and up in CS. at this current moment too. So it seems like everything just seems kind of even, and as you can tell by the gold, it definitely is very even between these two teams.
Yeah, but where the gold is allocated does matter, and I feel like the Nasus getting off to an early lead means he's going to be able to start bonking people pretty hard really quickly. Although Nasus has the infinite scaling, I feel like mid game is really where he can shine when he is able to use those stacks to just kind of 1v1 people before every fight is like an organized 5v5, and he might have to deal with the peel tools available to the enemy team a little more. And so right now he is feeling pretty good as Alcoholic, still not afraid of the 1v1 up top.
Yeah, this Shen is kind of hurting here. Double Giant's Belt with the Tiamat makes him deceptively a lot more tanky, and he dishes out so much damage. So that's a lot of fighting. But Taylor Swift is here and is looking to engage. They managed to find him, gonna be able to break him in. Goes ahead. The showstopper comes out. Alcoholic able to dodge out with the Spirit Visage, the Spirit. Oh wow, sorry. With the Spirit's Vestige, gonna be able to get him, but unfortunately gonna lose his life at the end there. To Lights almost loses their life in the return kill off from the bot side, but the Karma gonna be able to shield and walk away. Reneg unfortunately not does the damage, but not able to get enough. That shielding still so effective in this early game as we start to transition towards the mid game. Cyclone used on the Spatiate as he is walking into a 2v1. Owl comes right back down. Shiny Sneasel wanted to walk up just to be there for the moral support, and they end up getting the kill right there as SFEW secures their first lead of the game.
And that's Spartiate trying to get to his top camps, it looks like. Maybe wanting to, deny the Wukong the ability to steal all of that away, but he's down 2 levels in that fight. Level 8 to level 10, not even close in the 1v1, and the set was there to help out as well. So, yeah, nice lead extended by the side of XSV. Now, Wukong has that Triforce, has a 300 gold shutdown on his head that Los Culos Hermanos can try to claim, but it's going to be tough because he is very strong, and the tools to kill this Wukong are not that readily available unless he overextends, commits the clone and the ultimate, too deep in the fight.
And I think right now, like, that was, and this is what we were saying, like, we want to try to watch out for this jungle matchup due to just seeing how well both of them have actually been playing. Spartiate was definitely in the wrong place at the wrong time. Probably thinking that they could potentially secure some type of kill, has the Iceborne Gauntlet very early, but now the Wukong is basically right there with you with that Trinity Force, and I think ultimately the Trinity Force probably being a stronger item at this moment in time. Everybody should have about 1 item at the moment, except for the 2 top laners. They have not back to get their items, and obviously the supports either, but that's just life of the support. And we're just waiting to see how this first, I'm honestly waiting to see how this first 5v5 team fight really goes, because we've only seen like these bits and pieces of scraps where the junglers happen to be. But then once they start to actually fight around objectives, how well is the engage from the Rel going to be able to interact? Because that's going to also be a potential like very easy stand united entrance for the Shen. But now Spartiate here uses the Wither, able to drag Taylor Swift, but does sense the bait. We do see the Victor utilizing the Arcane Storm, not going to be able to kill off maxing there, but definitely gets them out of the lane. I really like seeing that these 2 laners keep going back and forth in the mid lane, but now with the control up of the top side jungle, once again, another objective about to be given over to XFE Wrath, but the engage now onto to Lights, so much damage taken down, and Reneg going to be able to secure that first kill, even falling now left all alone. Is he going to be able to do enough as the barrier gets activated? Not going to be able to get in the high caliber net to get onto him, but the ace in the hole going to be used. Not enough as the barrier comes out from the Jhin to be able to save them, but now the crash down going to be enough, and that kill secured. Could have been given over to the Caitlyn, but let's put 1 on the board for Rel as CU takes that, and that's 2 kills over to the bot lane of LCH.
I don't believe in KS generally, but that build over Peacemaker was mid-air as Rel took that kill. And nevertheless, that is a great play for the LCH bot lane. Much needed for them to extend their lead and really be the point of strength here. Oh, but Cyclone.
Oh, the Cyclone going to be used, able to knock out Spartiate and CU now being taken nearly down as Wukong is continuing the chase, able to get him. That's going to be the support dropped, and Wukong continuing down and looking at Reneg as the next target. Not going to be able to land the Scatter the Weak onto him, getting the double kill over to the Wukong, and now having a run for his life. Uses the Hex Tech Gate, gets over to the other side of the jungle, now rejoins the fight as you're all alone over there, Alcoholic, trying to dodge a lot of damage. The clone going to be able to absorb so much more. His Evil Fallen is nearly taken down. The Unleashed Power going to come out, but not going to be able to get him as Spartiate bonks him on the head and takes the Jin down. That's gonna be two, I believe that's 2 for 2 for both sides there. And that's a much more even game once again as the Drake spawns. And Spartiate's gonna be there first, and that's gonna be given over to LCH.
Drake gonna be taken, but that top turret was claimed by Owl while all of that was going on. That is a 4v5 that was in LCH's favor numbers-wise, and they didn't get that much out of it yet. TP coming in from set as well, so we're not done.
Oh, they want to be able to fight for this Drake. They don't want to give it up, but blue team going to be able to secure it as the Rel takes it. But now they keep Spartiate in the pit all alone. You're the dog going to the pound, and you've been put down as the Nasus is sent back to base. That's the kill given over to Owl.
Taylor Swift now 5-0-1 on this Wukong, really stacking the MR, has the Hex Drinker and the Mercury's Treads, but the Fed members of LCH aren't the AP ones. It's the Caitlyn and the Nasus that you have to watch out for. So I am a little worried that Taylor Swift might still be susceptible to a little bit of a, a stun into just getting bonked by Nasus if he oversteps. So far, has been getting the upper hand though, keeping that level lead alive, 12-10 in the jungle, up a whole lot of CS. Despite the level lead, I feel like Spartiate has made himself pretty useful. But as this continues, Wukong may be able to take over the game a little more.
I do like the fact that I hate saying this, but I have to admit it. Nasus can just keep saying to his head, you know what? We scale. And eventually Nasus is going to get to that point where it feels like, all right, you can't stop him. He's nearly dead. Then Shen uses a Stand United on him. So now he lives even longer. Now he's now in a 2v whatever fight. The Nasus can't. It's going to be very interesting to see how Spartiate does from here on out against this Wukong, just because, like you said, even though it seems like he's down a bit when it comes to the CS, he is, he's died 2 times, he still made himself useful all over the map so far. So I feel like it's not like it's entirely bad. Like, they did secure that Drake, but oh, wait a second, gonna be able to chase him down as the Arcane Storm comes out. Scattered Away gonna be able to land onto Victor, but so much damage from Shiny Sneasel onto maxing there. And this Victor making it well known that he definitely can fight you back. And they've made this game even between these two mid laners the entire time.
Mid lane pretty even, and it's basically never going to be possible, I think, for Maxing to just 1v1 the Victor straight up, one-shot him. At least not for quite a while. Still going to need a lot of items for that. Well, hold on.
Oh, the neg hit the Deadly Flourish. Curtains open. Cyclone gonna put him down as Taylor Swift goes dominating. CU back under their tower. It's very low, though. They could push this wave in, potentially get this tower, and continue the fight if they want to do so. Stand United is up for Alcoholic, so they do engage. They do potentially turn the fight around, but there's the turret secured for the mid lane. A more gold given over to the side of XSV Wrath as they are about 2k up. And we're just seeing now the game starting to open up a bit, and we haven't really gotten a true 5v5 fight as of yet. So this is going to be very interesting to see how the side of LCH is going to be able to match up, as CU is here to be able to support Alcoholic. Owl, though, tanking a chunk of damage, going to be able to land so much. Absolutely insane as Owl trying to be able to get away, but he gets turned away from it, and shut down goes over to the side of LCH.
Victor with the TP in.
Oh, that's going for a little while longer. You looked away for 2 seconds, and all of a sudden, CU says see you later as they die out. The tether flashed by the Nasus, trying to get away. The Deadly Foot is going to be able to land on the next target, but that Scatter the Weak going to be able to land on the big targets, and big shutdowns going over to the Syndra as they secure the double kill. Spartiate going to be able to take out the Jin, and with that, multiple members down. The Victor, the only one alive. That's going to be the Baron for los Culos, Hermanos.
Victor with no ult, definitely not going to be able to contest this. Probably just going to push out the mid wave, try to reclaim a little gold back. There are some low health bars. He might still look for it, but it's a risky business to approach here. He might find an angle onto that Caitlyn, though.
Do we have a TP up? We do, but I don't think he's going to be able to TP to a ward. The Baron's going to be taken down, bonked by the Nasus once again. But Shiny Sneasel able to stop some of the backs, trying to get them to stay away. Scattered Away going to be able to land onto him as Owl is here. Wither going to be able to drop down onto him, but Owl's still looking for it. Hex to get used by Talice. Talice trying to flank and cut them off. They're gonna stop the chase there now, and they're gonna be able to get out of there. 5 members with the Baron for the side of Los Culos Hermanos, and they are now just about 1k up. But this game is still so within the grasp of SFE Wrath.
we're going to see how this play comes to be with Owl overextended a little bit in the top side, trying to fight Alcoholic, but gets hit with the taunt, and then CU makes the gank happen. And the key part here is that shattering strike from Rel, breaking the shield from Owl, letting a lot more damage come through. So they're able to find that first kill with the flash from Alcoholic. Even though Spartiate's getting messed up in the 1v1 with Taylor Swift, it's the solo or the carries for the side of Los Culos Hermanos showing up at the back end that really swings the fight here. Alcoholic escapes from the Victor, and then there was, we're not gonna see it, but there was a huge stun from Syndra to save it.
Oh, a Cyclone gonna land on the Reneg as the curtains are gonna open. The first kill is going to be the Caitlyn, and now it's a 4v5 as they do find Jin off in the back line, but you go into the middle of 4 members. Alcoholic. Spartiate, though, gonna be able to take down Taylor Swift. Is gonna be able to secure that kill, but Alcoholic looking like the next target is Owl, just chasing him down. A lot of damage coming from the Victors. The crash down, use Alcoholic gonna drop as Owl takes that kill. Spartiate, though, gonna be able to find Talites off on the backside, trying to block him on the head, but not gonna be able to do so as they're gonna be continuing the chase down. Wither used onto the Victor, but that's not the target you want to slow down as Owl's continuing the chase. But Spartiate just runs away, gets the flash out the Victor, not gonna be able to catch him. The Nasus is a runaway dog as he's able to get away from the chase.
Boots of Swiftness doing work for Spartiate as he runs away from 3 members who maybe could have done that Drake despite Taylor Swift being down. If they can zone the Nasus, the flashless Nasus, that Dragon could still be claimed by XSV there and even up the scoreline in that department. But instead, the pick isn't going to turn into too much as, Jin getting engaged on.
Oh no, and Spartiate is here, forces the flash over the wall. Ignite dropped onto Evil Fallen, but now CU having to run as Owl is on the chase. But Reneg is now here to be able to support the rest of the laners. It is currently a 3v5 as Maxing does make his way to position. Spartiate going ahead to bonk the ward as they're continuing to drop these lasers down from Shiny Sneasel. Dragon is started off on the bot side as Evil Fallen is continuing to hit it. They're trying to get into the pit. They're not able to do so. About 2.6k jumps in, is able to get the cycle off on the backside of the crash down in the middle of the back end, but there's no damage onto the carries off of the backside as Alcoholic goes in. Is going to be Light's going to be the first one to drop as Caitlyn's able to take out the Wukong, and they're continuing the chase. Ace of the Hole going to land on the Shiny Sneasel, and that's a turnaround fight for Los Culos Hermanos. Scatter the Weak going to land on the Shiny Sneasel, and Syndra into a take him down. He will fall and left all alone as the double kill goes over to Syndra. Triple kill for the Syndra as they're able to land the ball onto them, and it's an ace for the side of Los Culos Hermanos, and they expand their lead.
CU coming up huge in that fight with a 4-man crash down into Magnet Storm combination, stalling out the entire XSV roster. Taylor Swift was almost able to make some magic happen on the backside of the fight on the enemy carries, nearly takes out the Caitlyn, which could have saved the fight, but there's just not enough follow-up on that solo engage, and so Los Culos Hermanos get the ace, get the Drake. They're going to get at least 1 turret, and they now have exploded the gold lead up to 6,000. They have the soul point in hand as well, and there really feels like they're starting to take over this game as we hit the 25-minute mark.
It feels like their composition is actually starting to come around to what they've been wanting to do the entire time. And CU having that vision to be able to drop in the back in the middle of the cast, I was like, but where is the damage? And it felt like immediately once they saw that the rail got that crash down, they were like, oh hell no, everybody turn over there right now. And everybody on the side of Los Culos Hermanos were right on the same page, and they were able to dish out all the damage that was needed. And then Maxing off the back end of the flank, able to catch off multiple members on the backside once they were low in health. And we're about to see a low health Taylor Swift now. They're going in. Ace in the Hole used, the Cyclone used as well to try to get away, but it's not gonna, oh, it actually wasn't used, I'm sorry. It looked like he ended up spinning around, but that was the clone going away as the curtains open up. Owl in the middle of so many members trying to be able to get something as the showstopper comes through, gets into the backline, flashes in, but it's not going to be able to get as Reneg goes on a killing spree. We do have Spartiate chasing him down now, and here is the Ray Boss Susan off in the backside as Alcoholic is chasing down to Light. The support can only look as the towers drop. Shiny Sneasel trying to defend that mid lane, but decides to walk away. Laser down, but it's not going to be enough CU takes up the tower as the wave is escorted in, and that's going to be the mid-tier 3 dropping, and they're continuing in as the inhib is starting to be chunked away, and that's going to be the inhibitor tower, the inhibitor dropped on the side of SFV Wrath. The gold lead now up to 8k for the side of Los Culos Hermanos. They need to do something here for XSV. They started off so well, and the game is just feeling like it's falling apart as LCH takes over the map.
I just feel like the game kind of fell apart for XSV in the mid game here. That they had, like you said, they had such a strong early start, but the double ranged bot lane not able to extend their lead in the earlier phase of the game, and now feeling like they're really having a hard time getting access to the targets they need to hit. It's mostly the Shen and Nasus tanking things up, with Rel finding these big engages as well, and the carries. It feels like only Taylor Swift is really able to get onto the back line. In that fight, we saw Owl commit the flash and the haymaker to try to take out Renege, but having no success. At this point in the game, it's pretty tough for Set to get into the back line unless he can find that Dream ult on one of the tanks. But if Shen is diving your back line, maybe it's better to play Peel instead of trying to play the dive as the Set.
Yeah, at this point, you might want to try to get them to have them engage into you, and then as you said, absorb a lot of that engage. I feel like, if anything, Set might be one of the better people to attempt to stop the Rel from engaging into them, as we're going to see the engage now. Flash is in, able to get the ultimate, as the Magic Storm's going to be able to keep them dragged on, and Spartiate is keeping on to targets to light, trying to look like the first one, going to end up dropping, uses the shield, but it's not going to be enough for Nego on the Rampage as they get the first kill. That's going to be the SFVW support dropping down, and they're going to be looking like they're turning towards the Baron.
Baron should turn a victory into all but a formality for Los Culos Hermanos if they can get it, which it looks like they will. Jungler is still up for XSV. If Wukong can find an angle, he has the clone, he has the flash, he has smite, but he's got to get through the Rel, he's got to get through this line of vision, and the TP's coming in from Syndra, who has that knockback.
Yeah, Curtain's gonna open up, trying to catch low health targets, and they're gonna take it! The Bullet is able to steal the Baron, the Cyclone off on the backside. They're able to save the game a little bit longer. That's gonna be SFVW, able to take that. Alcoholic gonna take Taylor Swift's life as a consolation prize, but that's the Baron over to the side of SFV Wrath.
Objective bounty might be enough to give XSV a little bit more life in this game, but with the pick on Wukong, Dragon Soul is on the table now for LCH.
CU found by Owl, and they're continuing the chase down. The Stand United now used to bring the Shen in as the Showstopper going to be used. Alcoholic going to go on a killing spree as the Set is dropped, and now they're continuing the chase in as Spartiate is looking for a target. Ace in the hole finds the Jhin. The Deadly Flourish going to land onto the Shen and stop him right in his tracks. 3 members on the side of SFVW able to keep the Baron, but it was absolutely insane how the Jhin was able to take it.
Yeah, let's get a look at the HP values here again. So it's the first shot of the Jhin ult that actually grabs it. Smite came in at 1700, leaving it with 300 HP for that Jhin bullet to come through, and it's just a slight mistiming from Spartiate, I think, or maybe Taylor Swift helping to set that up. Couldn't tell whose Smite it was that brought it to that HP threshold, but it is the Wukong going down. Okay, we're gonna get one more look here. Yeah, so I think it's Spartiate's Smite. I mean, it's yeah. Spartiate it's Spartiate's is on cooldown. Spartiate's is on cooldown. Taylor Swift did not smite at all there. And so it's the Jhin saving the game for XSV, at least for the time being. But as we go to live, I think another kill just happened.
Yeah, we ended up seeing the Karma is going to end up getting dropped by the Caitlyn there after Caitlyn now going unstoppable. This is absolutely it's absolutely insane to see how this game just immediately turned around off of a couple of crazy fights from the side of LCH, and it's how well they've been playing, mostly off of just like, because originally they were behind, but Alcoholic, geez, just wants to chase down Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift able to dish a bit of damage right back to the Shen though, as the rest of these lanes are currently being pushed in. Yeah, they lost that Baron, but the Deadly Footer is going to land, able to keep him in his tracks, so the stun's going to come out. The Owl Flash Haymaker and shut down, but you're going to, before the Showstopper can come through, it was stopped by maxing on the Cinder, able to take that out. But that was a big shutdown over to the Set, and a lot of gold given back over to the side of SFE Wrath, but they are still 8k down.
There's a lot of damage done by XSV. They're still having to turtle here, despite the Baron buff. They are on the back foot, and Shiny Sneasel.
Oh, that might be Shiny Sneasel losing their life under the tower, as CU's gonna be able to take that, and the shield gonna barely be able to stand up, and CU walks away with looking like single-digit HP. As the Cyclone gonna come out, able to knock out Spatiate as he's trying to walk away, is under their turret, trying to get some bonks down, healing up so much as he's trying to get away, able to take a couple turret shots, and is gonna be able to walk away there. Alcoholic, though, has to be the sacrificial lamb for the side of LCH, but Taylor Swift might end up being the next one, but no, as the Deadly Flourish comes out and the Syndra is gonna be dropped. That's more given over to Evil Fallen as he ends up getting 2 kills up in that top side.
Evil Falling picking up these shutdowns is going to be really nice for XSV. The Jhin has been struggling to do the damage he needed to throughout this game, but with that money, has picked up the last Whisper and the Noon Quiver. They're going to be really close to completing that big armor penetration item, which will help him cut through these tanks that have been so problematic on the side of LCH. So that is definitely an angle for XSV. The trouble for them is that Victor is still only on 2 items, has not been able to pick up any of those shutdowns for himself, and as important as the Victor is to this composition, because he is their sole magic damage, you know, you really do want that gold getting into his pockets. It's very unfortunate for the side of XSV that he hasn't been able to get that, because he's on 2.5 items and Syndra's on 4. There's a pretty big gap in the gold department mid lane that LCH has been able to play around. But with that shutdown, again, I'm interested to see if XSV can mount a counterattack at this next Baron. Still a minute and a half on that, so they can try to hit a few more item spikes and diminish the importance of this gold lead. They have closed the gold gap to 7,000, which is sizable, but it was about 10,000 before, so it's less than it used to be, and may give them a little hope as this Baron spawns and they're setting up vision in the area.
It's actually kind of crazy to watch how well SFE Wrath is actually turtling out this game at the moment. They haven't really lost much else since the inhibitor dropped. Once they got the Baron, of course, they got a couple kills, but they also got a couple kills back. And so it's like as if they're managing to play into this game. They want to make sure the Jhin is able to eventually get online, as he does have that Lord Dominic's now, so he will be definitely chunking any squishies and being able to kind of dish damage back at those tanks. So this should make the Jhin a little bit more useful now that he is at the 100% crit mark. I do want to see, just, you know, he does pretty decently when it comes to like opening up the curtains, trying to get some damage down. But it feels like they just have the, oh no, they know that Evil is all alone, but Lights is now here. Spatiate does not care, gets a Wither onto him. Deadly Flourish is going to land onto the Nasus, is able to stop him right in his tracks as he's walking away. 4th shot is loaded and ready, looking for someone as the TP comes out from the Victor to the mid lane. As Owl chases down Showstopper, going to go in the middle of multiple members, but Owl taking down to so much HP, not going to be able to lay the Handmaker as the curtains are going to open. They're trying to find a target. Taylor Swift going to be able to find Maxing as they're the first one taken down. Now, Renette going to be able to take out Taylor Swift, as now it's a 4v4 between the 2 members. Spartiate, though, right back to full HP and able to go right into any members. GA on the Caitlyn, so they're going to have to kill her twice. It's going to be very difficult for them to get through through the rest of these members if they decide to engage here. But a 1-for-1 is definitely a worth it fight for the side of SFE Wrath, as they're able to stop the back on the Alcoholic. Shen not going to be able to go back just yet. So this is actually looking pretty good, honestly, in this late game for the side of SFE Wrath, even though they are still 7k down.
Those 1-for-1 trades, if you're behind, you take that every time and hold on. Oh, an edge not quite going to be found by the Deadly Flourish there, but playing with fire in the mid lane, going to give XSV a little bit of space to try to set up. They do need to get this back off, though, because now both of these objectives are coming up, and if they're not ready to go when they spawn, LCH does have a pretty quick take with that late game Nasus on their side and those very strong carry champions they've got. So XSV need to be ready. They need to set up, because playing retake into the Syndra is going to be pretty hard. They have already given up most of the space in that river. They have sacrificed that brush control they had as well. It's now Taylor Swift on the side looking for an angle.
and is able to find Alcoholic, goes in, not going to be able to do anything though as the clone gets used, scattered the weak on the lane on the 3 different members, and they're going in now, and the rest of the fight's coming down as Max is going to be able to take the first kill, the Cyclone not even being able to be used, as they just lock him up to Lights being taken down by Shen as the double kill comes in, as Owl drops 2, Shen going to be able to get their own double kill, as it's just going to be Evil Fallen being part of the Fallen, Shiny Sneasel being the only one left alive, Crashdown comes through, going to be able to land the Shattering Star onto Shiny Sneasel, and the last kill for the 5-for-0 ace goes over to Spartiate as they're barreling down into this bot lane now. That's probably going to be the tower and the game.
No Baron, no Elder needed. LCH is just going to take the fight. They're going to ace them for nothing, and they are going to be your game number 1 victors.
And that was like, I just want to say that last game, those three people getting hit by that Scout of the Week was so unfortunate. And it just ended up being the thing that literally made that be the game-ending play. I really like seeing that the victory here goes over to LCH because originally, oh look at that, little doggo. LCH end up getting the victory there as we see that they, originally the beginning of the game, it was really looking like red side favored overall. Wukong was all over the place, was like 6-0 at one point. It felt like they were just crushing the game. Was even ahead of the Nasus at one point, about 34 CS, up a couple levels, and what we end up getting was instead an absolutely insane turnaround in that about 20-minute plus mark for the side of LCH, and they ultimately come out with the win.
I think kind of the challenge there is when your most fed member is also your only like real engage, is if they slip up a little bit in one team fight, you're giving over a big shutdown and you're probably going to lose the back end of that fight. So that Wukong had a lot of weight on his shoulders, and unfortunately, as the game went on, wasn't able to hold it together for the side of XSV. Maybe needed to spread the gold around a little more. I mean, some of these fights were so close that you can't always choose where your gold is going, but I feel like if Jin or Victor had a little bit more gold going into that mid game, maybe it makes those fights a little bit easier for XSV to play, and they can slow things down a little bit and continue to control the game. Instead, Los Culos Hermanos, off the back of really some big engages from CU on the Rel, and also Maxine finding some crazy scatter the weeks in those team fights, was able to turn things back around impressively.
And it ultimately led to this nice little victory here where, again, we can't just write off SFV Wrath just yet, especially considering the fact that how many times, even when they were like 10k down, 8k down, they were able to kind of bring things back for themselves. And there we go, guys. So you guys get to see that that's going to be Los Culos Hermanos being the game 1 victors in this semifinal playoff series. I really like seeing, oh yeah, look at that damage spread, because like, look at that, both, even Victor out damaged even like Syndra. So it's like, you see, like if Victor had that little bit of extra gold, it could have potentially turned things around. So I see what you're saying. Like, if the gold was spread out a little bit more, it probably would have kind of turned things around, because Victor would have been much more up on items, because like Victor was just building into either Shadow Flame or Void Staff, and Syndra already had like Rabadons and everything else. Like, it was just the item disparity in the mid lane was just so unfair, and I was just like, all right, that would make such a difference if they actually had the ability to to combat a little bit more, because even in the beginning of the game they were constantly poking out the Syndra. It was just a much more even matchup in that mid lane than we were suspecting. Just the gold lead just started ballooning more, because it also has to be props to Maxing just being in those right places at the right time. 20 KP out of 32, like that's actually pretty damn good. So
Yeah.
they were definitely there in fights, they were ready to be around in fights, and they obviously made the damage difference for themselves in the game, and that ultimately led them down to it. They weren't they were only 100 damage down, not even 100 damage down, like 40 something damage down from the Victor. So I'm actually curious to see how well this will go, if Victor can get a little bit more of the gold share, if Victor can be a little bit more involved. Like would that make a bigger difference for these two teams? And that's why I'm curious. Like, let's see what happens once we get into this game too. I want to see a little bit of a draft shift and let these boys just get into the mental shift. It's only game 1. You still got the rest of this series to go for. You potentially could just do a little gentleman sweep real quick and just get this going. So right now, guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Conqueror League Titans esports as we bring Los Culos Hermanos versus SFV Wrath. So we'll be right back after this break. Don't go nowhere.
slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't. It can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
And welcome back, everybody, to Conqueror League of Titan Esports on this beautiful Wednesday night. I'm tripping up today as we had an absolutely exciting game one to start off this series, as Los Culos Hermanos started off a little bit on the back foot as Taylor Swift was going absolutely insane all over the map on the Wukong, securing early objectives, able to get them off on the good start, but then SFE Wrath started falling off as LCH was able to get their composition to come online, and it ultimately brought them the game one victory off of multiple really well done team fights, especially some insane scattered weeks from maxing Syndra.
Scaling kind of the name of the game for Los Culos Hermanos, and I feel like target access a big issue on the side of XSV in that game. Even though the set I think was a great pick into the Shen in isolation, it did feel like it struggled in teamfights to get where he needed to go and deal damage to who he needed to do. So a lot of times it was Wukong kind of in the back alone against, 2, 3, 4 members. And yeah, that was just too much for XSV to deal with. But we've got a new draft coming right up, and we're going to be switching things up, presumably. We'll see if the teams have opted to stay on the same side. So XSV looks like they are going to stay on the red side, try to get that counter pick for probably top lane. I feel like Conqueror League, you usually see top lane given counter pick, but it could always be mid or support as well. It's so interesting that XSV keeps drawing this Zillion ban. I do see that T-Lights has played it 4 times so far this season, so not surprising to see it, but definitely not something you usually see people ban away. The Hecarim, likewise, we saw both of these bans last game, but they're not exactly super meta picks. It's just the comfort and also the annoyance that these champions bring to the table. Hecarim has crazy wraparound gank potential. Zillion, I mean, I don't think I need to describe how annoying Zillion can be to play against. And we are seeing a bit of a switch up, I think, with the bans from LCH with the addition of the Seraphine. I'm not sure who they dropped for that, but it does indicate what does it indicate here? The bans for XSV all staying the same though, with the focus on the junglers. Yeah, Jarvan Jarvan's still banned. Oh, Varus is up though, and that is going to be grabbed by the side of LCH. That is Evil Fallen's most played ADC, so that's a steal away from them. Not something Reneg has played a ton himself this split, but it's a good blind ADC to pick up. We do see the Orianna grabbed by the side of XSV. That could pair with the Nocturne, potentially would be what I would expect to see, but there's a few other good options with that.
I'm not the biggest fan of being like, oh, I'm just gonna steal this champion away from them so they can't end up playing it during the series. It's not one of my biggest like because I've seen when people tend to do that, it usually is like, but how proficient are you really on that champion if you're gonna be stealing it? Like, hopefully you can play it at least at least almost a level of the other person so that you can kind of match up. But I feel like they have a plan with it, and in the very much after seeing how Reneg played the Caitlyn last game, I think it should be there should be some confidence in the steal here. As we're gonna get 2 more picks from LCH, they're gonna go with the Xin Zhao and a Kali here. I kind of like that, the more assassin pick into the Orianna, but they do get the immediate ball delivery combo as the Nocturne is picked up for the jungle on the side of SFVW. Already putting this composition together. I feel bad for the Ezreal though, because they're not gonna have like one of their better combinations with the Karma. Now that that's out of this series, they're not going to be able to utilize the Ezreal Karma combination here. So they're going to have to pick something up that can kind of maybe synergize a little bit with it. I'm not sure if they want to go the tankier route or they want to try to go like another enchanter, like maybe a Lulu or something. But we do see the rest of these bans are coming out as SFP Wrath's going to end up banning out the Tahm Kench and the Braum. And then LCH right now with the Darius and the Nautilus, which that was actually one of the other champions I was thinking was maybe Nautilus would be a really good one here, as he's always a really good CC tank. Allows for a lot of that lockdown that's going to allow for those mystic shots to be consistently hit by Evil Fallen. But the Rakan is picked up here, it looks like, for the side of SFE Wrath. You know what? That's actually another one of those. That's actually a pretty good one. It's like a pseudo enchanter slash pseudo enchanter slash kind of engage tank, and that actually is another one of those ball deliveries that you have from the Orianna too. So that's actually not half bad. And I actually like that pick here. And then LCH gonna finalize their composition by picking up the Ornn, one of the safer top laners up in the top side, and then CU is gonna be picking up the Lulu themselves.
Lulu, interesting pickup here, helps enable that Xin Zhao, but is susceptible to the dive that XSV have, and a lot of LCH's composition is kind of reliant on that CC, which with the pickup of the Olaf, he is just going to be able to shrug that off. So if Owl is able to get off to a lead on this Olaf, that's going to be pretty scary for LCH. They do still have a lot of burst with the Akali and the Varus that can kind of chew through that HP. I'm kind of surprised that XSV picked the Orianna so early, because blinding that did allow LCH to get a decent pick into it, but maybe XSV just feels confident in that matchup. Sometimes if you're comfortable enough on a champion, you can just play it into other matchups, even if they're bad matchups on paper. And yeah, so I do like XSV's comp. I think a little bit more on paper. They don't have as much like raw frontline, but I feel like they have multiple good ball delivery systems. I think the Olaf should be able to go crazy, especially with the kind of co-dive from Rakan and Nocturne. But LCH does have a composition that if it gets off to a lead, I think is going to be really hard to play into. Akali can terrorize the squishier members of XSV's comp. Varus can help follow up, secure those kills, set up the kills with the ultimate. So I do think this game has the potential to go either way. XSV's comp is a little lacking in like reliable CC outside of the ultimate, so that's definitely something that LCH might be able to exploit with their carries running wild in the backline, but we'll have to see how the execution goes.
I am having PTSD flashbacks to last week where we literally watched an Olaf top just absolutely run a game down, like in the opposite direction. Like he was just like, no, like everybody, I'm taking over this game. And I think he was like 8-0 at one point. I was just like, yeah, this Olaf he can't be stopped. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see. Olaf top has been one of those picks that I did not expect to actually be good, and it's proven itself so far. I'm actually very scared about it because I feel like it would be actually pretty difficult for Ornn to consistently combat into that, especially early game. It feels like Olaf has that kind of like little stat check like level 3, it's like, all right, are you gonna fight me or you're not gonna fight me? And he's choosing to fight you. So it's gonna be, once he lands that one axe, you're just gonna be having a bad time. So I'm very curious to see how these two compositions play into one another. You did say though that like, for example, Zinzao, Akali, these assassins could definitely run rampant on the back line if they are able to access it, especially if, like, say the grand entrance doesn't end up landing onto the Rakan, and it ends up being like, oh yeah, he ends up going in, nothing lands on any of the CC doesn't land on any of these champions. Now they have free reign to just kind of position themselves to get into your backline now that you've gone full engage. Yeah, he has the ways to he has the I guess we're actually getting, it's Maokai actually. Okay, never mind. So that changes things up. But
That's what someone in the Twitch chat has said anyway.
so-
But yeah,
that's
I haven't. Oh, okay. Okay. So we got some. We'll see that when we get into game, I guess. But yeah, this is interesting though. It looks like Maxine hasn't played the Akali so far this split in this league, but does have a decent number of solo queue games on it. So maybe a bit of a surprise pick there. I mean, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise from the OPGG, but yeah, I will be interested to see how he pilots that champion. I feel like Orianna can get an advantage early in the poke department if Akali isn't careful with how she's taking trades. And if the Orianna gets off to a decent lead and can go toe-to-toe with the Akali, it's going to be a lot longer until the Akali can threaten that one shot. But if Maxine is able to find a good solo kill angle early on, whether that's, sometimes Akali's can find solo kills at level 3 if you disrespect them. Level 6 is a huge power spike for Akali. And then also later on into the mid game once she's got some items. There are a lot of windows where Akali is going to be able to potentially one-shot that Orianna. It's kind of a question of when Maxine can do it. And the more Shiny Sneasel can delay that window, the better.
Oh, so sorry. And I think at that point, it's just going to be a matter of if the junglers are going to be able to make something happen. Nocturne not able to do as much, I feel, in the early game as a Zinzao would be able to do. Zinzao just basically needing to land that Wind Becomes Lightning. If he can go in, he can kind of just get some, he's able to just be a little bit more engaged early. So I'm very curious to see how well though this matchup does go in the mid lane. These two, we saw how they played up against one another in the last game, and as we saw, we thought the Victor was gonna kind of have a lot more of the advantage, and then all of a sudden Victor kind of just, he was there, but it wasn't like as if he was doing as much as we were hoping this game. So I feel maybe Shiny Sneasel will try to utilize the fact that they have the range advantage, try to poke out Maxing when they try to take those extra trades, as they were able to do that in the range matchup even. And Owl though, looking to win that first axe, immediately choosing to want to fight, as we already start to see the bot lanes everyone's just already immediately into action.
And with this Maokai Ezreal lane, I am looking to see some aggression from the side of XSV. I feel like a lot of Ezreal's strength is in being able to stack up the passive alongside. Ooh, there goes the twisted advance, but so far not really finding the angle. The double range bot having the level 1 lead pretty much innately unless you can find a really prime engage. And so, yeah, they're not able to find a big win yet, but Ezreal really good in extended trades if he can get onto someone. But Ezreal really takes kind of a fine hand to pilot, in my opinion. You need to be really min-maxing the attack speed buffs that you get when you are chaining those abilities together alongside the lethal tempo. And if you're just sitting back spamming Qs, that champion feels pretty useless, especially when there's like an Ornn and a Xin Zhao who can just eat the poke for that team. So Evil Fallen, I do want to see how he does on that champion.
And into the Varus that I feel like is gonna have a little bit more ability to combat with the lethal tempo right back. So like it's like, like the caster versus the auto attack oriented champions. It feels like Varus can play both. And because of that lethal tempo is going to give him a lot more value in the lane, especially once they start combating against one another. Owl and Alcoholic up here, though, really going at it with one another, as they're both brought down to just under 1/3 HP. They are really trying to get this, as that Mystic Shot nearly lands, but the shielding going to come out from CU, going to be able to save them there, as Maxing able to get the level advantage, does go level 4 first, uses that Shuriken to go back immediately after landing a little bit of damage on the Shiny Sneasel, but Sneasel able to use the ball command and the dissonance to get a lot more damage right back.
Both junglers pathing down bot, so the low HP bars in the top lane will not be punished. Alcoholic going to TP back in, and the Sparshade's going to show up to the bottom crab, but only to find that it's already been taken. So this should be a double scuttle for Taylor Swift. Going to be very happy about that one. Yeah, Smite comes through, and that's a little bit of a lead again for the XSV jungler in the first few minutes.
And I think, so I think that's what we're going to kind of have to suspect to see is that I'm expecting maybe Taylor Swift is going to be consistently ahead in the jungle in the early game. I want to see, though, like, if they can transition that early game jungle lead into something a little bit more comparatively to last game. Twisted Advance going to come out, able to land T-Lights, pushes back, see you there, but now going to be able to get a little bit of damage onto them as the Ignite comes down. That lethal tempo auto attacks coming out a little bit more. Renee going to be able to get the first blood as T-Lights is trying to push him back, able to get a little bit more. The shielding going to come out, and there's a double kill. Flashes over the wall to try to dodge out on the last bit of damage, and that's going to be the Varus able to go up 2 kills 4 minutes into this game.
LCH off to a good start in the bot lane this time. Last game, it took a little while for their bot lane to come online, but this time the target focus is a little better on their side, I feel like. See the Maokai go in, and even with the level advantage, the Polymorph stalls out a lot of the damage from Evil Fallen, who also just doesn't get 100% barrier value. And Renege taking the minion wave, but yeah, the Ignite goes down to the Lulu, and because the target focus, I think, is a little split there, Lulu's able to get another rotation of those abilities off, and it's a double kill for the Varus down bot lane.
That's gonna feel so good for the side of LCH. They're able to get that. Varus already started on it, and that's the other thing too. Varus got the auto attacks off so much quicker because they were able to get the lethal tempo off much quicker than the Ezreal was able to, and that allowed for them to out damage so much too. A lot of the damage for Ezreal, especially in the early game, comes from those mystic shots, and not being able to land multiple of those in a fight like that is just so unfortunate. And that was just where Varus was like, all right, even if I don't land the Q, I still got the autos on you plus the blight stat. That's just unfortunate. So Ezreal kind of ended up losing out on that, and then once it was just the Maokai all alone. That just ended up being a bad day for the bot lane on the side of SSVW. But again, that's only the first 2 kills of the game. We're still 5 minutes in. You're good. Only 1k down, so it's okay. As the junglers are gonna be here, Wind Becomes Lightning lands on a Taylor Swift. The Spartiate is looking to go in, chases Taylor Swift out, jumps in on top of him, gets the chains landed onto him, but not gonna be able to get anything else there from Nocturne, as a Scuttle is going to spawn here. That's going to be the piercing arrow landing a little bit onto Lights, dropping a little damage onto him. They're gonna just let Spartiate have this Scuttle Crab here.
Yes, the Scuttle Crab secured for the Xin Zhao. The Nocturne was waiting for maybe for a gank to come through because they are on similar gank timers, but instead, you know, not level 6, not able to make anything happen there. Now both junglers have hit the level 6 mark. And up in the top lane also, Alcoholic actually up a little bit of CS. This early game is kind of the window where Ornn, you know, has a lot of base damages, has a lot of access to hard CC, which does get value before Olaf has the Ragnarok. Now Owl is also level 6, so should be able to start looking for fights, but the Chain Vest doing a ton of work in the 1v1 as well. Those components that Olaf has not going to be worth very much if they do decide to fight, and that Nocturne, with the little bit of clear speed advantage he has on that Tiamat, is going to take advantage of it and get the Drake. Still kind of sticking around in the bot side, maybe looking for an ult angle, really spending a lot of time hovering by that Scuttle Crab. Needs to try to play around the tempo advantage that he had in the early game, I feel like, as, he's wrapped his way down bot.
Yep, and the Paranoia is going to be looking like Twisted Advance going to go in, and they immediately jump onto Varus as LCH is their bot laner going to drop barrier, taking down shielding. It's not going to be enough, and with no wild growth, they can't save him, but the shutdown going over to the support Maokai.
Shutdown onto the Maokai, not exactly what you want. I mean, again, I feel like there were some slight issues with where the gold ended up for XSV last game, which is not always something you can control. But in that case, it did seem like Varus actually had a decent chance of living. If CU was level 6, I don't know if they would have been able to get the kill. Maybe if they commit the flash from the Nocturne or the Ezreal, then the kill would have been secured nonetheless. But Yeah, pretty close play. So, you know, you need to make sure the kill gets secured. Ignite does the job for the side of XSV. But while that's happening, Spartiate is going to reclaim the CS lead, steals the red.
Yep, but now he's gonna be chased down as that's gonna be able to grip him. That's gonna be his life being taken. You may have gotten the red, but Owl secures the kill. Oh man, even Fallen could have almost taken that too with the True Shot Barrage, but not gonna be enough. Owl takes the kill, and now they're also gonna secure these Void Grubs. The lead still on the side of LCH at the moment, but it's within the grasp of SSVW as they are able to make these rotations and just at least punish LCH greediness on multiple angles.
Yeah, the tempo isn't quite there for that steal to securely come through. Maybe the Crescent Guard could have been used a little earlier to help get away, but now Owl has the double buffs, which is going to make his lane a whole lot nicer. Still hasn't gone back to spend that gold, so he is component wizarding for now with the Ruby Crystal and the Dagger. Not going to be too scary in the 1v1 for the Orin, methinks, but if he can farm up and, you know, kind of spam those Qs to get this wave in, take a good reset, I think Owl is going to be looking a lot scarier in these next couple minutes. Don't want to see him overstay. Maybe he tries to get this plating, but again, I think he should just crash the wave and back.
Yeah, and I think he's going to choose to do that right now. As we see, he's backing up in that top side. It's not like he's at all behind whatsoever, even though Ornn has been able to keep the CS within his lead. So it's kind of hard to keep fighting, to like kind of just say like, oh, who's actually winning out in this lane on the top side, because even though Olaf has the kill, hasn't really been able to back yet. We do see though Nocturne is off on that, off on those, what's it called again? I always on the Gromp at this moment, and he's waiting potentially to be able to utilize the paranoia here. As Alcoholic is pushing into Owl just a little bit. They're able to chunk him down, gets the knockup. Could potentially continue the fight here. Here we go, the Ornhorn call down, but there's the paranoia. Ragnarok now activated as he's able to get back under his tower, and that's two ultis activated as we get the third one activated down on the bot side. Wild Goat going to be used by CU to try to get away as the ult comes out from Varus to be able to root them down and stop the rest of the advance from the side of SSVW. We just saw so many ultimates get used, and the TP coming in. We're gonna see Akali here as Evil Falling is taken down once again. Third kill for the Varus down there. Akali there for the support just in case it was necessary, or they could potentially get a kill for themselves, but Reneg able to take that for him, and Spartiate goes in, immediately jumps on top of Shiny Sneasel. Shiny Sneasel taken down as the ultimate comes out and is able to stop him. Gonna be using the Crescent Guard, trying to get away, but Shiny Sneasel able to take that kill as Maxing is looking for the next kill. Shiny Sneasel able to flash and get away as he's able to chunk him down, but not nearly enough. Maxing going ahead and landing those 5-point strikes, getting down onto Taylor Swift as well, taking a lot of damage and not taking much for himself. So we're gonna see that little transition there is gonna be or like those little like transitions of different fights there is gonna be very interesting as they try to capitalize on the fact that Akali had teleported down bot side and try to pincer her, and it ultimately led down to the jungle died. But still, either way, Akali nearly taking out two members on the side of SSVW.
It looked like Evil Fallen saw the TP come in and just committed the Arcane Shift forward, knowing he was probably dead, I think, when the TP completed. Might have been able to try to leave through River, but was able to very nearly take out the Varus, just losing out by one auto in the 1v1. Heartbreaking there, but here's Ragnarok top.
Oh man, he's just chasing down Alcoholic, but Alcoholic not really having much fear, waiting it out, trying to see if he can get to the point where it's over. Ragnarok now down, gonna throw the axe, not land onto him. Ornn is still doing pretty good up in this top side.
Yeah, Ornn keeping things pretty even has a little bit of a CS lead. Spartiate lands, the wind becomes lightning, but not able to take it in on Evil Fallen. Scuffle around this Drake gonna happen. No ult on Akali or on Xin Zhao, so that does favor XSV for a little bit, but those ults are very nearly up. And if they are up, that is going to maybe swing LCH's way, but they just back off the dragon. I think Alcoholic, yeah, not able to find a TP angle there either. Just going to probably reset and use it on his top turret as Owl tries to crash that. Top laners, or at least Owl has also unlocked the upgraded top lane TP. Getting flanked by Ornn. But I don't think he's too worried about that. Wait, maybe he should be, though.
Yeah, Spartiate is over here, ready to go ahead and try to get the kill on Owl. He wants to try to get the execute, gonna slow him down. Winds becomes lightning, not gonna land. He's gonna get it. No, he doesn't. Spartiate able to secure the kill ever so barely before the tower takes him down, taking down Owl off of that top side. He does go back, gets the stride breaker now, as Ornn, though, is just sitting comfortably up on the top side, letting his CS lead slowly grow. And we should see soon enough, he is level 11, so we should be eventually, I think it's 13, we start getting the Ornn items, and we should see those coming through soon.
Yeah, Ornn not being at a deficit and arguably being even a little ahead here is not great for the side of XSV. The Olaf is kind of the champion you want to be snowballing the game with, and so far only has the 1 kill, not able to make too much happen. Maybe able to find more angles in the team fights where he's able to consistently keep that Ragnarok up by hitting the tanks and trying to run through them to the squishies as well. But yeah, so far, I feel like LCH is reasonably happy about where this game is. They are down 2 Drakes for the side of LCH and the Grub, so a little bit of jungle dominance for Taylor Swift here in the objective department anyway. But I feel like we're still kind of waiting on that fight that really determines who is leading the way this game.
Oh, that's a lot of damage landing onto Maxine. Gonna nearly get it, but the shield's coming from CU, able to save the Akali's life ever so barely. Maxine getting out with the skin of their teeth.
Barely able to live with the help of the Lulu. Those support runs mid, doing a lot of work, even if it's just to make sure your laner doesn't die. Now, there's not a major objective up for a little bit here, although I guess Rift Herald will be a point of contention shortly here. We'll see if the supports decide to move up there. The Maokai is moving down towards bot lane. CU also going to bot on the Lulu, so it seems like we're going to be waiting a little longer on that one, but there could be a fight around this Tri-Brush.
Yeah, Nocturne is here, does have the Paranoia ready to go in case they want to make this engage. I do believe, though, Reneg and all of them do know that he is around. So he is making a, looks like what's more towards the, taking the scuttle real quick here, and then wants to make the play back towards bot. Reneg is pushed up a little bit further. They should know that potentially he is there, so they don't want to push up too far. But Spartiate, though, going to make a play on the other side as the Ornn Horn gets called down, and I do believe that Nocturne ended up turning around. Taylor Swift, though, going to be found. CU uses the Wild Growth, try to get back under the tower. Taylor Swift going to be able to use that kill, but now the Chains of Corruption comes down, able to lock down a couple of different members as Reneg is getting a lot of damage down, but possibly going to lose their life, and that's going to be the kill. No, the barrier able to save them, but now they're going to try to make a way as Talice is able to take the kill once again onto the Varus, but Owl going to lose his life off on the top side. Top laner traded for the bot lanes as the kills even up, and basically the game is completely even on both sides.
All right, let's see how this goes down again. So it looks like it's the fight over the Tri-Brush Vision. Not sure if they knew Nocturne was in the area, but CU just getting engaged on by multiple point-and-click CC, or, you know, multiple point-and-click dashes, even with the Wild Growth and the Flash committed, still goes down. And then the Varus tried to stand his ground under his turret up in the top lane. Olaf goes down despite committing the ult and both summoner spells. I feel like he should have been able to live with that. I think the initial burn on the Ghost, you know, I think he walked back in. Yeah, and then the last tick or so of the Ignite after the barrier wears off here is what finishes off the Varus. Second time we've seen an Ignite kill come through from this Maokai, getting good value out of that summoner spell. But the top lane continuing to kind of be Ornn favored so far, thanks to the help of the jungler. But the rest of the map also pretty even. Maokai having most of the kills down bot lane. Yeah, no one taking this Herald yet. Should be maybe a Drake fight or a Herald fight that I feel like really blows this game open, because we are pretty even in gold. The neutral objectives are favoring XSV, and I think they do want to play pressure around the Soul Point as a point of threat, because if they get that, LCH are kind of going to be backs against the wall, and it is the Ocean Soul, which is really valuable into that Varus. And it is just spawning now.
Yep, and I'm sure that the rest of the teams are going to start to convene over there. It's going to be SFV Wrath, though, that's there first. Spartiate able to find Owl off on the flank as we're going to see the Paranoia go in. They try to deliver the ball, but it's not going to be enough. The Shockwave not going to be able to land. Ornhorn lands, but it's Ornhorn coming in, but it's not going to land as the Ragnarok is being used. Shiny Steel is going to be able to take out Alcoholic as 3 members are on top of the Lights. After the bot side, Reneg's going to be able to take that kill. Even Fallen looking at the rest of those members as the Spartiate goes immediately and Wild Growth used onto him, and he turns on the Shiny Sneasel. That's possibly going to be the Oriana's life getting dropped as we're looking to see the piercing arrow. It's enough for Neg able to take that kill. And Evil Fallen, though, getting a lot of damage off of his own lethal tempo. Spartiate going on a rampage as he takes him down. That's the Zinzao getting multiple kills off of that different fight. Reneg still keeping the lead off of that bot side, but Owl is looking for members. But Spartiate is pretty healthy. He does not have the Ragnarok. He is surrounded by 4 different members. Does find CU, but loses his life as Reneg secures his 6th kill, going on his 2nd killing spree. That is going to be another kill given over to the side of LCH's ADC as to Lights clearing wards could lose his life next as he goes a little too deep, but they're just going to choose to back off here. But I think he knows. He smells blood in the water. He's looking for the members, and Spartiate now looking like he's going to be able to continue the fight as to Light is trying to chase in Taylor Swift, looking for the vision, finds the Paranoia, goes in immediately under the tower, shut down, going over to Taylor Swift, but now gonna miss. The wind becomes lightning, not able to go in on the dash. Taylor Swift looking for his next target. Spartiate not wanting to continue that fight in that 1v2. Nice little cleanup kill from the side of SSVW to get a little something back after that fight.
Good little shutdown for Taylor Swift on the Nocturne, but overall, Los Culos Hermanos coming out big, getting themselves a 2k gold lead, stopping the dragon stacking from the side of XSV as well in that fight. And I feel like a big part of what went wrong for XSV there is that they commit the Nocturne Oriana combo onto the 2 tankiest members of Los Culos Hermanos, the Xinjiao, who has the Crescent Guard, and the Ornn. And that was a fight in which the Ornn didn't even land the R2, the return hit of the Call of the Forge God. He did just straight up miss that, and it's still a big win for Los Culos Hermanos. That does not look good for the side of XSV. I would like to see them land that Oriana combo onto, the Varus Lulu instead, because they're going to be often grouped up a lot. They're a lot squishier. You can try to follow up the dive on them a little more. And then also Owl TPing in on the back end there just trades his life for the enemy support, which I feel like is not worth it as this Olaf. You are, you want to be the big scary guy. Trading your life for a Lulu feels a little bad there.
And now, like, what it just kind of doesn't really give too much of a lead, though, over to the side of SFE, or to the side of LCH, as they are only about 1.2 1.3 up at this point. It's not a very big amount of a lead at 20 minutes, so there's still a lot of comeback potential for the side of SSVW. So, like, trying to make that one play where it's like, all right, let me try to get something. I guess Owl's like, hey, I can be the one to risk that play. And even though it didn't ultimately work out, it did lead to them being able to get the return kill off of that because they were still very low. It gave more time to stall out. So I think there was some value in it in regard to what Owl was doing in that play. But it still is LCH ultimately in the lead, and they're trying to keep this game within their grasp. You got to be careful though, because anything can happen within that couple minute mark, especially once we start fighting around these barons, once we start really getting into the end of the soul fights, or if like someone finds a target and just decides to engage, which we could potentially see happen here depending on who gets caught out. But Paranoia is up for Taylor Swift, so they need to be careful. If Reneg gets caught out all alone, they possibly could end up losing out on their ADC once again, as he is now in the mid lane by himself. Does have flash and barrier up, so does have the protective factors. Lulu now coming back this way, able to land a little bit of damage onto Evil Fallen. And Taylor Swift, though, not going to be founded out just yet.
Items coming through. We got 2 completed upgrades so far. To Lights trying to clear some vision, but could be caught here. Wind Become Lightning just barely going to miss. Oriana nearly on 2 items. I feel like that Shadow Flame is a really big power spike for her, especially with the Seraphs as the first item, not having access to that much damage yet. But once this Shadow Flame is completed, that Nocturne Oriana combo is going to be much stronger. Maxine also close to that Shadow Flame himself. And surprisingly has a 0 KP on the Akali. 0 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists, and a very, very small CS lead, which I think is not too bad of a place to be in. As the Akali, you avoided getting bullied out early game. Yes, you didn't get any solo kills, but you still have all that potential to explode a target as these fights start to get a little more hectic. You can start, you can kind of, once you have that 2-item core completed, you might be able to drop waves a little bit more, play for flank angles around the Drake fights, and I think if you are able to find those flanks as maxing here, the Orianna and Ezreal are going to have a bad time because a lot of XSV's comp is built around diving your squishies. And yeah, if you can find an angle to capitalize on that, use that dive against them, this Akali still has the potential to look very scary, but we haven't gotten to see it quite yet.
Yeah, but then Akali also follows suit, getting their own Shadow Flame, and then going with the Merc Treads build here. That's at least like something to kind of give again. That's that hidden stat of being able to move around the slows and stuff. But hold on, we're probably gonna end up getting a fight as the ultimate comes out from the Maokai. Paranoia gonna drop it, the ball gets delivered, and that's such a combo as they land on the 2 members, as you were saying. Triple kill though, going over to the Olaf as they get the exact targets that they need. 5 members still alive for the side of SFVW, taking out 3, and that's gonna be the Baron.
That's how you do the Nocturne Orianna combo. The squishy members blown up before they can even ult. You can see all these summoner spells for the people who just died on the side of Los Culos Hermanos are up. All the ults are up except for Spartiate's Crescent Guard, and that is going to be the Baron secured easily for them. Mid turret is going to be taken in exchange, so nice little trade back, but Los Culos Hermanos do have to be careful that they don't get caught on the reset here. This late back could mean that Soul Point is now given over to XSV as well. Spartiate's coming from base, so I believe this should be a free Drake, and CU has to be careful not to get caught trying to get vision here.
Yep, they do get a little vision, 3.6k down, and they're not going to be enough. Red team secures the Ocean Drake, trying to get a bit of damage down onto Owl, chasing him down as the Akali's off on the backside. We finally get to see the damage. Maxing going to be able to take that kill, and that's Evil Fallen being the first target dropped. And they're now crowding back under their tower, trying to see if they can get back with their Barons, and they should be able to here. But Evil Fallen now going to be the one member on the side of SSVW with no Baron, with no purple buff on him.
Rest of the team still does have it. Those camps are going to be stolen away. We've got kind of a lot of presence in the XSV bottom side jungle from the side of Los Culos Hermanos. Going to get another tower for themselves here down bot. So despite the Baron being taken, they have kept the gold pretty close, but if they spend too much time down here, that Baron push coming through mid is going to swing a lot of gold back over to XSV. They've already gotten 1 tower back for themselves. Ooh, Ornn back getting canceled. Here comes Owl.
Yep, and now Owl is going to be able to continue that chase. Does have Ragnarok ready in case he decides to go in, and instead activates it preemptively, but doesn't know that Spartiate is here. Now turning this into a 1v2. Doesn't land the winds become lightning, waiting for the Ragnarok to go ahead and expire, but it's still going on. The more he hits, but it's not going to be it. Decides to use the Ornn Horn, but the ultimate, but it's going to be enough just to get the hits from Xin Zhao, and that's going to be him getting dropped as Maxing is now surrounded by 3 different members under the tower. Gonna utilize, doesn't have the perfect execution just yet. They're gonna try to get the ultimate out, and it's not gonna be it. Needed just a couple more seconds and possibly could have turned that all around, but that's gonna be them making that rotation. SSVW takes out the Akali and secures the top tier 1 tower.
Los Culos Hermanos trying to fight back in the mid lane, but there's a flank from Maokai coming in. Can they get away? Reneg's running at him.
Oh man, and they're gonna find him there as the Chains of Corruption is gonna come out, land on the Shiny Sneasel, and they find that target instead. Reneg getting that shut down as they chase down to Light. Double kill going over to the Varus. They are now 8-4-1 as Evil Fallen is now the next target looked for, as Spartiate manages to find him. TP coming in from the Akali as Taylor Swift now just has to look at his team as they continue to drop. Olaf coming through though. Sorry, that was the wrong TP color, as Owl now just has to watch Nocturne drop, and it's looking like he's the next target too. But here's the Ragnarok coming in as CU is going to be able to drop in, because it gives him a little bit of a shield, but the shutdown gold goes over to him, and they're continuing to chase. CU having to flash away as there's just more going on. The Ragnarok just doesn't stop. You can't stop this Olaf, but Alcoholic finally takes him out. That's going to be the Ornn taking that kill, but Spartiate had to lose his life as well.
Gold lead in Los Culos Hermanos' favor now. About 3,000 up. The Baron not really doing what it needed to for the side of XSV as they lose a whole bunch of members. And I gotta say, there in the mid lane, that is my my mid laner pet peeve is when I'm playing with a Maokai and they cue someone away from my skill shot. I want to scream, and that is what happened there as T-Lights uses the Bramble Smash. Unfortunately, just knocks Spartiate, I think, or knocks Renege just out of range of the Shockwave. We are going to get a replay of that here. And that's the kind of thing that just kills so much tempo for the side of XSV here. So yeah, we see Renege just takes the fight 1v1 with T-Lights, and this should be a dead Varus, but no. Instead, the Orianna ult misses, which is such a key part of her damage, and in the sustained fight, when that burst combo doesn't come through, it's all LCH bot lane. And then on the top side as well, overextension from Evil Fallen. Taylor Swift kind of hesitates, trying to bail him out, and then we have the Olaf TP in as well. It is just a mess for the side of XSV. You gotta commit, take a play and commit to it, whether that's fighting or getting out, because that Nocturne, I don't think, needed to die there. The Owl on the Olaf is able to get a lot of Ragnarok value here. The CC immune doing a ton of work, nearly takes out CU here as well. If that axe lands, that's probably a dead Lulu, and getting the kill in the 1v3 is pretty impressive regardless, but it's not the domination we were hoping for from that Olaf pick.
Yeah, and we're gonna go right into another fight. Ragnarok gonna be used right under the tower as Spartiate is now looking for the target. True Shot Balaz is gonna be able to find two, but not do a whole lot. The piercing arrow was being charged up, not going to be able to land onto anybody. Reneg now taking down a little bit of damage, but the Lulu giving the shields just doing so much value here, keeping a lot of people alive as the Ornhorn gets called in. Called the Forge God, going to land onto one member, but the ultimate coming out from the Maokai going to be able to stop more people in their tracks as Alcoholic is standing in front, ready to absorb as much damage as possible. Maxing, looking for the target as Taylor Swift's going to be the first one to Spartiate finds him. A Wild Goat going to be able to knock him out as they're going to be able to go in. Paranoid looking for the target in the backside as Reneg's going to be taken out first. Double kill as both the bot laners are gone from the side of LCH, and it's looking like the fight. This is exactly what they need as Maxing gets dropped by Evil Fallen. There's only 2 members left on the side of LCH as it's all Ornn alone. 5-for-0 ace, even though they were nearly taken down, and that's going to be the Dragon Soul going over to the side of SFVW and potentially the Baron as well.
They're kind of trying to have everything on the map right now. They're pushing mid, they're pushing top, and they're getting the Drake. Are they also going to be able to get the Baron? I think they can. Death timers aren't super long though, so they should start moving over there, but that is exactly the kind of fight that XSV wants. Again, at first it looked like, the potential weakness of the Nocturne was going to show, which is that he's great at going in, but if he gets engaged on, not on his terms, he's not the greatest at getting out of those situations. But instead, when he gets dove, they decide to pull the trigger, use the Paranoia Shockwave combo, find a massive 3 or 4 man Shockwave there, and even though Shiny Sneasel got dove by Spartiate in the backline and nearly taken out, he had already done his job in the fight, and Xin Zhao not being present for the with the rest of the members means it's easy cleanup for XSV. They get the soul, they get the Baron, they get the turrets, and they are now from a 3,000 gold deficit. They are now 3,000 gold up and in a firm position to win this game.
And they're getting very, very close to potentially taking this game as they do sit about almost 3k gold up, do have the Ocean Soul, so they can definitely take a lot of that poke from the Varus and being able to just kind of walk away, get back a lot of the regen a lot, and then come back into it. I'm glad to see how SFV is actually fight, like they're really much fighting back. Oh man, the combo comes out once again. They look for the targets as we get the ultimate coming out from the Maokai, able to take them as Evil Fallen is going on a killing spree. Ezreal finding their 3rd kill. Call the Forge God coming down. Alcoholic able to land on the 2 different members and then trying to turn this fight around as they're only to drop, but with no damage from the Bears. What are they gonna do? Double kill going over to the Ezreal. Shiny Sneasel gonna be able to take out the Ornn, and they're continuing in as Maxing trying to get something, but not gonna be able to land that Shuriken onto the Ezreal. Now dishing, not able to go back in. That is so much loss as no member drops from the side of SSVW, and with this Baron buff, they can just barrel down the mid lane and potentially take this game. Maxing and Lulu, CU, only members left alive, and they need to try to make something work. This needs to be the last stand. A little bit of HP healed as the Nexus is being barreled down upon. They beat it down, and now the series is all tied up 1-1.
Series tied up by XSV. Another very back and forth game. Felt at many moments like it could have gone either way. But the Nocturne Oriana combo, it feels like, is just a little bit too strong in some of these fights. The point and click ball delivery exploding the squishy members on the side of Los Culos Hermanos, helping to bring XSV to victory.
Yeah, and that was honestly, I really thought that there was multiple times where it was just like, yeah, this is going to be another LCH win. Just the way that they were playing. The bot lane got off to an amazing start for themselves. And this is just something I gotta just not expect, that the early game doesn't always be conducive to what the rest of the game is going to look like, especially once the team started making the Nocturne Oriana combo actually work and find the right targets. That's when everything changed for the side of SSV, and they just couldn't, like, there was nothing that that the Varus could do once they jumped on top of him like that. And sometimes they couldn't even react to it, to the point where flash barriers, all that stuff was still up because they didn't even have the chance to activate it. So it was just like, oh, what do we do here? And I really do like how they kept just targeting him over and over and over again off cooldown. Every time they saw him on vision, get him, and they immediately sent Nocturne in. And yeah, even though sometimes Nocturne would go in and potentially die, it was just like, or get extremely chunked out, and it felt like there was almost like, oh man, Nocturne's not gonna be able to stick around. They were able to keep him alive long enough for the rest of the team to then converge the rest of their damage, and then Olaf just being an absolute menace, just Ragnarocking in whenever they could. Not the same type of performance that I was getting the PTSD from last week, but it was definitely a performance to behold this time around, because we did get to see how much the Olaf still makes it still makes a difference into that type of composition, where he could keep making keep stacking up, like you were saying, off the Ornn, keep stacking up that Ragnarok and keep it going over and over and over again. That potentially could have, like, end up in the top side, could have been a 1v3 triple kill just for that Olaf if they were able to get the targets that they needed. So with that said, Freedom, do you have any other like notes about this game from that one, or?
Um, it looks like Maxine took 2 flashes. A little bit of a client bug there. That's funny, but I did want to see more from Maxine on the Akali. There was only 1 kill participation in the entire game, and I mean, it is a little hard to send it in to the enemy team. You know, when I feel like in a lot of these fights, people were getting blown up before Maxine could find those angles in. But I still feel like, you know, if you are going to pick the Akali, I want to see a little more aggression. Maybe run the Ignite instead of the TP and just try to, you know, dominate the early lane. We saw that, like, Akali is able to absorb a lot of damage in the early game with the Dorn's shield. If you can play the War of Attrition, you know, run your opponent out of mana and kind of bait them into moving forwards, and then try to use, you know, the aggressive summoner spell to look for the solo kill. Maybe that could have helped blow the game open a little more for Los Culos Hermanos. But overall, I feel like it really was just the composition coming online when Oriana hit 2 items and could blow people up off the back of the Nocturne engage. Once Olaf could hit people that weren't Ornn in team fights. And also, like, for Evil Fallen, I had a slow start to the game. I think it was like 0-5 on Ezreal, but was able to finish with picking up 4 kills as the game closed out. Was hitting hard with those Mystic shots despite that slow start. So, you know, it took a while, but hats off for him to pulling through in the end.
And I think for SSVW, they're going to take that win and definitely feel as if this is the start for them being back into this series. With that much said, guys, don't go anywhere. We will be bringing you guys soon Game 3 of Los Culos Hermanos versus SSV Wrath and on this Conqueror League Series semifinal. Who is going to be able to take this Game 3? We will be finding out very soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. And welcome back, everybody, to Titan Esports Conqueror League on this Wednesday night, as we are bringing you guys Los Culos Hermanos versus XSV Wrath. We just saw as they were able to actually turn it around for themselves and shake off whatever happened in that game one for themselves to bring themselves the victory off the back of Taylor Swift and Shiny Sneasel, consistently finding those combos in the late game to be able to chunk out Reneg and CU, so there was no damage left alone, and without really maxing being able to really get a lot done on the Akali, they were able to just take that game for themselves, even though it was a fair back and forth in the beginning of the game. And now as we're about to prepare for game 3 draft, Freedom Potatoes, what are you hoping to see from these two teams as they start to make some changes? We're starting to get deeper into drafts, more champions are being taken off of the board. What could possibly be a big change that these two teams could do to bring themselves a game 3 victory?
I feel like I want to see Taylor Swift continue to, play this engaged role. I think it's been working really well for XSV. Despite the eventual defeat, I thought the Wukong looked pretty solid, was kind of the shining light of that team in the first game. Play things that can, try to take the fight to Spartiate. I feel like Taylor Swift has, in both games so far, been able to get small leads in the early game and try to kind of expand those in the mid game. So I feel like I would want to stay away from scaling junglers per se. Things that can fight early seem like a good fit on that front. And then for Maxine, for LCH, I feel like I want to see Maxine kind of back on maybe more something that's a little more standard. Maybe it was just a hard Akali game, but I feel like the angles weren't quite coming through the way they would want to. I feel like there's still a lot of control mages up in the pool that he can pick. And yeah, I'm also interested to see what the picks are going to look like up in the top lane. Now that I feel like the Olaf can be one of those kind of ace in the hole things. Those R5 counter picks that completely turns a game around. So might make it a little easier for LCH to play some of those tanks because I think Alcoholic does mostly play tanks, and a lot of those counters have been taken off the table. Unless there's a Vayne top or maybe a Gnar, there are still some anti-tank options available, Mordekaiser, but I feel like some of those more devastating ones are gone.
Yeah, and at this point, it feels like I'm not sure if both of these top laners are very much into playing those types of champions. So I'm kind of expecting more of maybe more bruisery brawlers slash kind of those. I would say more of those not necessarily scalers, but they just kind of play into the late game, and then they just become these raid bosses that just can't be stopped. So I'm kind of suspecting that both of these top laners are going to go something that can also combat against one another in the early game, hopefully, and just kind of keep that skirmishing going on between the two top laners. That's been actually very fun to watch over the last couple of days. Or not the last couple of days, but the last couple of matches. And this has been really, actually over the last couple of weeks, I feel like a lot of top laners in this league have actually been very scrappy, and that's always been really nice because it gives a little bit more excitement. The top lane's always just been known as the kind of the farming lane. So let's see if these teams decide to go that route once again, as we are getting a lot of the same bans once again. As SFV Wrath this time going to be on blue side, LCH on the red side. We do see the Hecarim, the Rek'Sai, and the Braum ending up being banned on the side of SSV Wrath, and then we have on the side of Los Culos Hermanos being banned out is going to be the Zillion, the Jarvan, and the Pantheon. Once again, the same bans as last game.
Here's to see what LCH will do with that counter pick they've got themselves. I'd imagine it's going to be thrown up to the top lane again. And we've got Taliyah picked up early by the side of XSV. That's a highly valuable control mage. Can also go in the jungle. Not really that typical in the jungle these days, but I feel like, you know, depending on the matchup, can be a little bit of an early bully. Has a lot of influence on the map. Super good into dive compositions. And LCH is going to respond with a Gragas and a Seraphine. So a lot of healing, a lot of AoE CC and damage that they've picked up. Gragas probably going to be a top lane pick. Very strong at kind of neutralizing some of those more aggressive picks, especially now that Olaf is gone. And XSV looks like they just want to go in as they grab the Nautilus.
This is probably going to be an Ashe Nautilus combination. Take away the Ashe from the Ashe Seraphine combination, give Nautilus to them so then they can utilize that tankiness to try to punish that Seraphine whenever she steps up to be able to get like those different double high notes or any beat drops. Yeah, then there we go. There's the Ashe taken away, which is probably a smart move here because Ashe Nautilus as a combination is almost to me as good as the Ashe Seraphine, and we do end up getting, it's going to be Reneg on the Sivir here, so we're getting the Sivir Seraphine down that bot side. I'm not sure how I feel about that combination. It's really going to depend, but I feel like the early game is definitely going to be given over to SFE Wrath bot lane.
XSV should have a lot of control in the early game. I mean, double range always can get prio on the wave, and if you get level 2 first over that engage heavy bot lane, you still have a chance to kind of, you know, play the early game a little safer, but there's a lot of spells that Reneg is going to have to watch out for. You have the Nautilus hook, the Nautilus ult, Ashe ult, Taliyah knockback, and alongside that, a lot of those, you know, smaller abilities that can get the spell shield off of you if you time it a little wrong, like the volley, the threaded volley as well. So definitely going to have his work cut out for him down in the bot lane. I want to see them pick up some aggressive champions that can utilize the move speed boosts that LCH has drafted. So Yone, kind of in that vein, is a little bit more of a dashy champion, but it is going to help him stick to the carries of XSV. I feel like the Taliyah and the Nautilus and the Ashe, they all have a lot of lockdown, so if Yone oversteps, there's a Sejuani as well. I mean, if he oversteps before he can use the Soul Unbound to snap back to its original position, he is going to be in a lot of danger here. But it also does have a lot of damage in his kit that is going to help chew through those members. So I feel like this last pick for LCH needs to go huge here.
Yeah, as we do see the Sejuani and the Cassante being picked up here for the side of SFE Wrath. I really do like the way that their whole comp has kind of rounded out, and we're gonna see the Yorick as the last pick here for Alcoholic up on the top side for LCH.
So it's gonna be Gragas trouble.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely feeling the SFE Wrath combination here, or for their composition. It just feels a lot more. It just feels like it has a lot more of the early game advantage. It has a lot more of the overall just map advantage, and this is going to be very interesting to see how well LCH is going to be able to play. And this is like, there's so many things that can go wrong for their composition. I feel, again, Sivir can only spell shield one thing. Like, even if you say you go like Navori, even if you go the Navori Essence Reaver build, yeah, you're able to cycle your spells a lot faster. But that spell shield cooldown on level 1 is like, I think like 21 seconds if I remember correctly. So it's still like, even if you get to like, you're not maxing that out first, and once you do max it out, it's like a 14-second cooldown even then. So there's still so much, and then the dashing is gonna be counteracted by that Taliyah a lot from the Yone there. So that's gonna be interesting to see how well the early to mid game of the laning phases goes for mid and bot lane. I think right now, like I said, I'm gonna end up picking SFE Wrath for this particular one, just off composition alone. But we'll have to see. LCH, they had the composition that they had in game 1. I didn't believe could do it, but it ended up actually being the composition that ended up winning out, because I didn't think the soul engage of just strictly Rel was going to be enough to give them what they needed. But CU clearly had the flank angles and the gank and all the different like engage angles that they needed to be able to make that game 1 win happen for a lot of them and set up the Syndra. So they might be able to do something like that again this time around with the Seraphine and make something else work, or utilize the engage of the Gragas to be able to extend the ultimates from the Seraphine as well. So we'll see what they're able to do, as both of the both the bot laners to try to put down a ward in the bush there. 2 of the autos though gonna go off over to the to the Ashe.
Yeah. Top laners just millimeters apart, and they don't even know it, I think. And my worry for LCH is that they kind of have a lot of tools that I would describe as secondary engage and not a lot of primary engage. Now, they can still find fight angles if they can speed someone into a good engage.
Oh man, immediately lands that dredge line onto him. Reneg being chunked down to a lot of HP. Sivir can't get away now. CU looking like the next target as Evil Fallen gets so many of those lethal tempo autos down onto their targets. Lands it again. Is that going to be enough? Not going to be able to land the volley right there, but CU looking like they're possibly going to be able to drop their life. That's going to be the flash and the cleanse already off of Reneg. These hooks from Talites, absolutely insane, and it's already looking bad for the bot lane down on the side of LCH.
The Lights absolutely landing those hooks. A bit of disrespect maybe from the Los Culos Hermanos bot lane at level 1. If they can get past, you know, that early phase where Nautilus Hook is so scary, they have a little bit more potential to play. Their scaling is great down there in the bot lane, but losing 3 summoner spells so early and having to take that reset is gonna hurt. Evil Fallen should be able to potentially get a good reset in here. Now, I will say the Flash Barrier and Ignite were also used on the side of XSV, so the summoner spells are pretty even, but I'd kind of want to just see the XSV bot lane take a reset, spend their money, come back here. See you gonna tank up that wave, but it's a big wave. You can't do that forever, and Shiny Sneasel looks for a trade in the mid lane. You got to be careful when you use the rocks, though.
Yeah, maxing though, it does take a bit of damage, but is able to trade back, does go and snap right back with the Soul Unbound. Back to the spot, and basically evens up the trade almost. Maxing did take a bit more because of the Talia combination. But aside from that, that's at least a little bit of a trade back. So they're doing pretty well down that bot side. As in this top lane though, Owl just basically staring down Alcoholic as he's just getting these minions down. A little bit of a C, but we've consistently seen that Alcoholic has been generally the leader in the CS for top side, but it hasn't really necessarily means that's going to be the indicator of winning the game. As Wani gets pincered in on Spark, yeah, gonna keep going in as the Gragas is attempting to do a little bit more work, but now Talites catches him in, flashes over the wall, does find the ADC there. Evil Fallen possibly gonna fall. First blood going over to CU as the rest of the members are here. Maxing making their way down as Talia does find them, shoves them away. Talites though going to be the next target as they continue down. Reneg gonna be able to take that kill, and Maxing looking for the Talia. Talia is forced to keep walking away. Not gonna be able to get the knockup, not getting the flash out of Talia just yet, but Talia safely under the towers. The Soul Unbound snaps back.
Pretty brutal death timing for Evil Fallen down there in the bot lane. They had a huge wave coming towards them, so they are under leveled for this fight, despite the good reset. And yeah, it's Sparsha, you know, with priority from his bot lane, making the first move onto Taylor Swift. The Sejuani not super strong in the early game, and then I love this flash angle he finds on Evil Fallen, who has no flash from the earlier aggression. That Nautilus hook not landing on CU. If that does, maybe they can trade that one back. And yeah, it feels like just superior use of Los Culos Hermanos to find some early kills, which is kind of the way they can really win this game. Again, as much as I like XSV's comp, I feel like there is a lot of snowball potential for the Gragas, for the Yone, and the scaling for the bot lane also can see them through to the late game if they can recover from, you know, the tough level 1 that they had, which now they have. They're up 2 kills down bot. That's where the gold went, and that's where they want it.
Oh yeah, then that's gonna look good for Sivir definitely early to get them propelled, because a Sivir getting early kills is generally just what she feels that she needs. She doesn't necessarily need them, but when a Sivir can at least start dishing out a little bit of those damage, and even with the call fields, for example, those boomerang blades are gonna hurt like hell if they can get the bounce back on to land onto Evil Fallen consistently enough, and then these ricochets are gonna start hurting even more as well. So this is actually looking pretty good for a decent turnaround for the side of LCH in their bot lane, because that was one of the avenues where I was like, that's going to be a problem if they're getting consistently engaged on, if they can't really, like, Sivir is just kind of just a weak ADC very on early, so getting that early game kill is definitely going to be a very good advantage for her.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to just control that wave and keep it shoved in. And when you're under tower, it's kind of tough to play as the XSV bot lane, at least until you hit level 6. When they do have access to that Nautilus ultimate and the Ashe ultimate, then they can set up ganks if they are getting pushed in. But Sparshade's looking to play counter here. I'm not sure if they know Taylor Swift's in the area.
Taylor Swift coming down though, looking to be able to go ahead and get the counter gank, able to go right into Sparshade, but so much damage coming out from the bot lane of LCH, trying to get the bounce back. Boomerang Blade not going to be able to do so though. A lot of damage onto the Nautilus, and they're going to be able to force him to back there. So much damage coming out from the LCH team there, and that bot side gank, and that was going to be enough to deter the rest of SSVW away.
That is a lot of damage that Gragas is doing with just the Blasting Wand. I feel like I don't usually see Gragas do so much in the early game damage-wise, but I am just underestimating him, I guess. Oh,
Owl taking a lot of damage, and the Maiden looking to try to secure the kill, but Owl taken down to just about 10% HP, and it's not going to be enough. Waiting to see if the E is up. Yes, it is. Stops the back. Ghoul's going to land onto him, and Owl having to fight them off as the Maiden continues to push. But we're gonna get a little bit more. It looks like the Drake was taken down by LCH, as here we go, Taylor Swift going into Alcoholic here with this continuous push coming in from the Maiden and everything. I know this has to be annoying for the Cassandra to deal with.
Yeah, it's a pretty good matchup for the Yorick from what I know. I feel like he can kind of just, play to chip down the Cassante, make it hard for him to ever really go in and just play the farm advantage game. 14 CS up there in the top lane is going to continue trying to split push, and I feel like there's not really a phase where Cassante necessarily wins that 1v1 unless he finds the outplay. Can get more value in the team fights, but if you're always chained to Yorick on the side lane, it's going to be tough, and I feel like that top jungle combo doesn't really have the damage on their own to take out the Yorick, so they're probably going to need a roam from Talia, maybe find an Ashe ultimate or a Nautilus angle as well, but if it's just Sejuani Cassante, Yorick can probably slip out of that, again, unless they find him like way overextended without having spent the gold or something.
Yeah, and I just also realized that with the gold, speaking of the gold, there was actually a CS league going on in the mid lane there with Yone being up 11, and then we do look though the bot lane being a little bit behind. Ashe though having enough of basically equalizing the gold between the two carries with that 14 or that now 12 gold CS lead, or that 12 CS lead, but now gonna be able to land Dredgeline, not gonna get the spell shield, and you don't have the ability. There it goes, the flash comes out, gonna be able to land the arrow and trying to get the flurries off, but not gonna be enough for Neg saved by so much of CU's healing and shielding, able to keep them alive ever so barely. But if Talites can land another one of those crazy Dredgelines, that's gonna be it for Reneg's life and potentially a kill given over, and he's looking for it right now.
XSV's bot lane, despite the early kills, they are down. Still trying to play aggressive, using that level 6 timer from the Ashe. Nearly find the kill, but the sustain, the heal and shield power that Seraphine offers is a little bit too much for them to deal with. Almost able to finish off the kill though, and you can see if they're able to keep putting their foot on the gas like that, they still can take over the mid game. I feel like that is where XSV's composition is scariest, where you don't have anyone who's super tanky on the side of Los Culos Hermanos that can just eat the CC and shrug it off. You don't have a Mundo or a Scion or something like that. Everyone has to be a little scared of that engage. It's just a matter of XSV grouping up and finding it together, being able to, set up their lanes so that LCH has to walk into those pockets where they don't have vision. Because if they are able to claim space, it is a little hard to walk into the Seraphine and the Sivir. They have a lot of poke. They have a lot of ability to kite back from fog. So I want to see Shiny Sneasel starting to get out onto the map as well. This Tiddly has a lot of ability to push out the waves, and we haven't seen the Weaver's Wall really be used yet.
Here we go, now the Maiden chasing down Owl, and a lot of damage being dished onto this Cassante at the moment, and it's just got to be so annoying. The constant damage, the constant pushing in, you basically don't really get a chance to play this top lane, while Yorick just gets to sit there and watch you take that damage. He does push the Maiden under the tower, should be enough to be able to kill her off, and that's forcing that cooldown right there. So now Cassante though taken down to just under like 20% HP. That's so unfortunate. So watch, that was literally just that whole exchange right there. We just watched that happen, and now Cassante, just watching Cassante be on the back foot like this, it just feels so unfair.
Oh,
As
Spartiate,
Spartiate is gonna go up to the top side, they're gonna try to stop him from backing. They know that he's there, and Cassante is gonna have to fight this out. Gonna have to find some type of way, push this wave. Alcoholic trying to push the wave in as quickly as possible as the ghouls go in and start trying to chunk at Owl's health. Owl now gonna start the fight here under the tower, goes all out, and here comes Spartiate having to go in, goes unstoppable, might be able to make this turnaround, but it's not enough. Spartiate gonna be able to take that kill. Owl has been slain up in the top side. That's the third kill going over to the LCH top lane, but that's not enough as they trade the kill off. Reneg getting taken down in that bot side by Evil Fallen, 20 CS up, and now evening out the kills.
Taylor Swift just sitting in the bush on a ward, doesn't really do much in that fight, but they win it regardless. Oh, mid lane.
Maxing, this is looking like a solo kill. Tried to use the ult to get away, not gonna be able to do so. Talia gets the solo in the mid lane.
That's a much needed solo kill for XSV. If your Talia is able to play up into the Yone and actually take trades instead of having to, permanently play scared and on the back foot, that will unlock her to move around the map a lot more. The Yone has been up CS. The Vamp Scepter Merc Treads makes it pretty tough to poke him out in these early phases of the game. Ooh, Spartiate looking for the Drake steal.
Yep, and not gonna be able to get to it though. Does a lot of damage on the Shiny Needle. Now they're chasing him down. Flash gonna go in. Taylor Swift not gonna be able to get it, but does push Spartiate out of the jungle. Resets the Drake though. Spartiate could make the wraparound right here. TP is not up for either one of these top laners, so they can't make the way to the fight. But the Drake's gonna be slain there by the Talia. But now they're gonna continue down the chase. Face Seal gonna land on the Evil Fallen. That's gonna be the first one dropped as they continue down the chase as he goes back. They're not going to get any more fighting in, and the tower continues to be pushed in up in that top side as the CS lead up in the top lane continues to grow. 22 right now for the Yorick, and it's only going to continue to get worse.
Yeah, I'd expect, Cassante is stacking armor. Black Cleaver might come through at some point from Alcoholic, and that's just going to really make the Cassante's life sad because of how reliant on resistances he is. Level 11 now for Alcoholic. That Maiden's going to be even stronger, and here he uses it.
Oh, and then it's gonna be able to get a lot of damage out as the all out not gonna come out just yet. There it is. Alcoholic though continuing the fight, and I think he can get the 1v1. The Maiden though doing so much work. Ow, having to be forced to go away. Taylor Swift is now here, gonna be able to turn the fight around. Ultimate comes out for the Sejuani, and they're gonna be able to take it, but Alcoholic walking away, able to stop them ever so much, and the Maiden still continuing to get a lot of the damage. Might be able to turn this around, but here comes the Talia now. 3 members, 3 ultimates all used, looking for Alcoholic. They want this kill so bad. He's dodging out on so much in the way that he's playing this. He nearly takes the kill onto Owl, but Shiny Sneasel gonna be able to secure that for themselves.
We finally get our big roam from Talia to pick up the kill top, but it took so much to take down that Yorick. I thought for a second their Owl might have the 1v1, but the Q3 missing means he had to retreat to the river. Sejuani comes up and lands the ult, but then the Q healing from the Yorick with the last rites just keeps him alive for so long, because Sejuani is not really a big time damage champion unless she's got a lot of health stacked up. That does have the Heartsteel now, but only has, I think, 1 proc on it, so you really need to start just finding fights where you can stack this up. Otherwise, I feel like that item doesn't get that much value. And yeah, having to commit 3 members for that play doesn't feel great. Yone was able to pick up a ton of farm in mid lane. Ooh, bot lane fight.
Oh, and this is looking like Reneg's death. Flashes out past the Encore. Depth charge gonna be dodged out by the spell shield, but see you looking like the target as they lose their life shutdown, going over to the Nautilus, and the kill at least being given over to Evil Fallen as the 2v2 is lost for the side of LCH. The Ashe and the Nautilus victorious.
Big win again for the XSV bot lane. They went down early, but the strength of that much CC, that many abilities that Sivir has to try to spell shield is just too much. Anytime they find a hook, it's likely to be a kill. And this time around, they get both of the enemy bot laners and put themselves in a great spot to command the mid game. Ashe nearing the completion of 2 items, and we've got the Rift Herald spawning. Supports maybe moving up that way. We see it to Lights in the bottom side by the red buff might be able to look for CU.
Oh, and it's funny because the Evil Fallen didn't even use the Ash arrow there that entire time. So that resource is just up, and Taylor Swift is here looking for Reneg. I was waiting for the Ash arrow to come out, but they get chased back under the tower, not going to push up any further. Taylor Swift still just hanging out there as it's going to be Owl going in, goes all out as he tries to go back out away from Yorick. Yorick just utilizing the maiden, getting so much damage down. Double beat drop, not going to be able to land onto anybody. CU who thought it was going to be the target. They're looking for Evil Fallen, nearly taken down. It's the Lights. It's trying to fight them back out. Sparky ain't going to be able to take that kill. Taylor Swift is still at full health, but not going to be able to find anything else. Double kill going to the Gragas. LCH, you're turning some kills and keeping themselves in this lead.
Marche huge on the map here, 100% KP for Los Culos Hermanos, making big plays down bot all game and helping turn things around. Now bot looking pretty even in the kill department, still a CS lead, but they are going to be able to crash this wave. Taylor Swift is going to catch it, but you know, that's time that you're not up there doing the Rift Herald. Just a little bit better on the tempo for Sparche, up a level, is first to the fight bot before Sejuani can really do anything. And yeah, this Heartsteel still only has one stack. I kind of want to see Taylor Swift do a little more, getting involved in fights just to start stacking that up even potentially.
Yeah, and a lot of that fighting has actually been primarily in the bot lane, and we see a lot of the KP has been just like a lot of it is just down there. But it's not like that. It's not that the Sejuani's really doing much. When they are down there, there's nothing really happening. And so they're just gotta try to find other places on the map to see if they can make something else happen. Like Alcoholic is consistently pushing up into Owl in this top side, so maybe try to make a move top lane and see if there's something that can be done there. But at the same time, this Yorick is extremely difficult to kill, as has been proven so far.
Yeah, Zurich just continuing to be a problem. CS lead 20 up in the top lane. Not, you know, the most. Howell just keeps getting his backs canceled. I need him to take these recalls a little bit further away so that this doesn't happen, because I feel like this is just making it, you know, keeping him locked in lane. And here's a fight down bot.
Taylor Swift, not realizing they were being surrounded by multiple players, gonna miss onto him, and Sparky is able to find Shiny Sneasel off on the backside. Evil Fallen, though, gonna be able to take out the Seraphine as they continue on the chase. Reneg turning around, and Sparky has to run away from their jungler. The Drake was started, but it's not gonna be enough. As the tower gets taken, it's actually gonna be the bot lane tower getting taken down, but it's also gonna be Sparky, though, getting his life taken as Shiny Sneasel goes on the killing spree. But with now no smite, they don't have the ability to be able to make this Drake work out for them. All Taylor Swift needs to do is just go in, but Taylor Swift has no smite either, and they're gonna be able to take it as Reneg gets the Drake, and Yorick's gonna be able to kill off the Ashe, but it's gonna be Owl getting Reneg off in the backside, and they're gonna be able to continue that chase. It's pretty much even for the most part between both teams.
Yeah, one kill up for XSV. Taylor Swift definitely has bad blood with Spartiate as he chases him down, uses the smite to make sure the kill happens on the Gragas, but then doesn't have it for the Drake. So when he flashes into the pit, nothing really happens. And it ends up being a 2-for-1 kill trade in favor of XSV, but they lose the Drake, and that's going to put LCH on their second of the game. So gold, only 200 in favor of XSV. Neutral objectives even as well. One Drake up to LCH, Grubs up to XSV. Rift Herald not been taken yet, and at 19 minutes here, it's pretty unlikely that it will be, unless LCH can make something happen really quick here. XSV definitely don't have the tempo for it. And yeah, LCH just trying to knock down that mid lane turret.
Yeah, as soon as they start to knock down some towers, I'm sure that they'll start to bring some of that gold back into them, because it was when the tower first dropped, as we do get it now, gonna drop, and they do advance the gold lead a little bit to themselves, as Alcoholic has just been pushing up so much in this top side, and it's just been feeling like he's kind of unstoppable as the CS league grows even more. 30 CS here for this Yorick, but we do see the Iceborne Gauntlet being picked up for the Cassandra here, so they should have a little bit more combative power against this Yorick if they do meet them off in the side lane. This is gonna be continuously interesting, as we do see Bork is now built up for Yone, but we do see 2 items to 1 item for the side of for the mid laners and the side of SFVW, as we do see the Blackfire Torch and the Rylai's picked up for the Talia. Ash is currently slightly ahead still in that sense, 39, almost 40 CS up on this Sivir, with also 2 items building into the crit cloak, looking like they're probably going either to their Dom's item or their last whisper item, or they're probably going to go straight to the IE. This Ash is going to be annoying to deal with, especially once we actually get into fights. But hopefully, Sivir can actually supplement the damage that's needed. As they do end up finding a target there, Beat Drop going to land on the 2 different members as Twilight's taking down to half HP. Taylor Swift does arrive, has 69 stacks on this Heart Steel at the moment. So you want to see them get a little bit more involved there. Maxing going to be able to land the Gathering Storm onto Owl. Owl trying to fight this out against the Yon as the Yon snaps back with the Soul Unbound. And they do see Evil Fallen here, trying to land some damage onto him, trying to find the target. That's going to be it for the rest of the fighting. Unless Maxing here doesn't snap back and somehow can catch out Owl. But no, the Alcoholic doesn't make it there in time.
Alcoholic not there in time, but this is going to be a dynamic duo of destroying this bot lane turret. You've got 2 insane split pushes in mid.
Oh, Encore gonna land onto multiple members there, but it doesn't stop him as Evil Fallen gonna be taken out by Spartiate. Now it's only to Lights and Taylor Swift. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Shiny Sneasel trying to find a target, able to shove Spartiate back, and that's the shutdown. That's gonna be found as Sivir trying to drift out some damage, but not able to do enough. Absorbs the shove with the spell shield, and now we do have Yorick here trying to do a little bit more. Tower nearly taken down. They possibly could drive it to Light's gonna be able to barely walk away. Shield keeping him ever so barely alive after flashing. This cleanse comes out, but Taylor Swift able to take Renee's life either way. Maxing now making his way towards him. Soul Unbound does have Fate Sealed, could potentially find a target, doesn't end up hitting him, but Taylor Swift nearly gets taken down. CU takes another tower shot, and that almost ends his potential life. Ash Arrow gonna miss. Shiny Sneasel does get the shove and takes the Seraphine's life. Tower drops, but Shiny Sneasel on a rampage.
And our game continues to be a banger. It's 600 gold up for LCH after all is said and done there. They do get the turret, but they do also drop some kills. Spartiate gives the shutdown over to the Sejuani, who has now stacked up a lot more on that Heartsteel. Randuin's Omen going to be the second item into the double crit comp. Makes some sense. I feel like that item is often better to wait a little in your build to pick up, but I do see the value there. And, you know, Deathless on the Sejuani, this mid jungle pulling up a pretty big for XSV in that fight, especially Shiny Sneasel. Now that he has, you know, some levels, has some ability haste, and the consistent slows coming out from the Rylai's, is able to do so much work in the extended fights. But Spartiate's looking...
Does find Talites. Talites chunked down a little bit, gets hit by the double beat drop, stunned up, but not going to be just immediately taken out of the fight. Drake spawning in 6 seconds. We do see Taylor Swift caught by 5 different members, though, forced to go back. Does have the flash over the wall. Now no longer has the dash to be able to go over. Encore gonna land onto only 1 member as Owl is just all alone in the front, dishing out the ricochets as Sivir is putting a lot of damage. Shove into the glacial prison, gonna be able to take her life as Evil Fallen, case that damage. Alcoholic going to be the next one. Dropped as a double kill goes over to the Ash. Maxing trying to land the face shield, not going to be able to get it now. Evil Fallen continuing the chase as they're looking for the next kill. Taylor Swift going to be able to take on the Seraphine, going on the killer spree, gets a triple kill, goes over to the Ash. Spartiate, the only member left, not going to be able to take the Drake, and he's just going to be able to walk away with his life, but loses everything. SFEW going to be able to now take this lead.
Massive team fight win for XSV. Still only up about 2,000 gold, but that is a lot of momentum. They're going to be able to take control on the map, knock down these turrets. They do want to make sure they get their backs in before they potentially get flanked by this Gragas. Leaving through the top side, going to be the right call. They're trying to finish off the turret, but I think it's the right call to back off of that. It is nearly dead. They can come claim that gold later. Maybe the Grubs will get it? No, not quite. And yeah, they just need to reset, make sure they don't fall behind in tempo and give up this Baron. But when they spend that gold, I think XSV is going to be looking scary here. The extended fights they're playing so well. The consistent slows coming out from Evil Fallen and Shiny Sneasel make it really tough to get in on them. And when they make that opening pick happen, they can just keep the fight going in their favor for so long. You know, the Yorick, been scary this game, but is starting to fall behind from where he wants to be. Really wants to be playing that split push game, not the team fight game. And that, because that's where the Cassante has been able able to shine a little bit more for XSV alongside, you know, just the composition they've drafted that has so much reliable on-demand CC, where LCH is a lot more conditional.
And that right now, that's showing what happens when you don't have the CC to be able to just lock down members and be able to get it consistently. Like the Encores landing onto multiple members is going to be really big from CU, and we'll try to see if he can consistently make that happen. The Fate Sealed is a pretty decent CC, but that's not going to be enough. The Gragas Cask, it can be another source of CC, and it just is so much more, like you said, conditional comparatively to other CCs on the side of SSVW, and they're about to show us right now what you mean as the depth charge comes out, able to land onto Yorick. Yorick now left all alone as the CC comes out again, locking him up and taking him down. Taylor Swift going on a rampage as they end up taking that kill. TP comes in from maxing though, gets hit by the Ash arrow and is looking for Ash themselves. Face Sealed not going to be able to land onto him. Glacial Prison going to land onto him though. Maxing going to be taken down by his original target. Evil Falling takes that kill.
As a wise man once said, that TP sucked, because he just goes right in, tries to ult onto the Ash, but the Ash arrow stops that play in its tracks. Even with the Merc Treads, the follow-up CC is there. And with 2 down, both solo laners taken out, XSV Wrath should be looking at an easy Baron here. Spartiate is here, but the wall is going to stall him out. It is now down, but the Nautilus can also help look for a hook. It's going to have to be a miracle.
Yep, not going to be able to get in there in time, though. Spartiate now forced to go over the wall. That's 5 members with this Baron on their side. 17 kills to 8. 5, but only sitting at just about 4k gold up. So there's actually still a decent amount of gold that can be given back over to the side of LCH that could bring them back into this game. They're not too far behind just yet.
It's still playable for sure for LCH, but they need to play these fights on their terms. They want to be having Seraphine buff up that Yone. They want to be having Gragas look for an engage on someone or help extend the range of that Seraphine ult onto someone. They need XSV to kind of fight them in these chokes where they can take advantage of that big AoE damage. And I think the real hurdle for them is that they don't have, again, they don't really have like a big meatball that can take up this damage. Gragas is going AP. The Yorick is kind of in an awkward spot as far as being a frontliner because he wants to be splitting and he doesn't, you know, his only real CC is that cage, and so playing the fights the way they want to is a little tough for LCH. I think if they get their dream fight where they can find engage, you know, and engage onto a squishy member, it's still very doable. But Shiny Sneasel is doing so much work at keeping the threats off of them.
Yep, they do end up finding Owl here, chunking a little damage onto him, but Spartiate forced to back off. Doesn't realize till Lights was there until they started clearing the wards. This Yorick right now is just, it was working very well in the beginning of the game, but now it's starting to feel like it's not exactly doing what it needs to do, especially since Owl, I feel, is a champion for the top lane that if they want to be around their team and try to set up a team fight or something along those lines, they're not punished as much as, say, a Yorick is, because the Yorick wants to be constantly on the split push, and we do see that Talia is able to consistently match up and stop said split push by utilizing the Weaver's Wall, pushing him away. As the Ash Arrow is going to come out, Encore lands on the multiple members. This might be exactly what LCH is going to need, but it's not going to be enough as the Ash Flurry arrows. Whoa, big Fate Seal from maxing, but Owl going to be able to take away that kill as the volley is going to be able to land more arrows coming down. Going to utilize the Clarendon. It's not going to be enough. The Taylor Swift going unstoppable as they end up taking that damage. Spartiate going to be the next target. Double kill over to the Sejuani. That's the bot lane fight. Absolutely lost as CU can only watch the base burn to cinders. Shiny Sneasel escorting this wave. Gets the flash out of the Alcoholic there. Could have taken their life. Bot inhibitor going to drop here. And they're going to continue to chase down as they want to look at these Nexus turrets. It's SSVW looking like they want to be able to take this game 2 and force into game 4. They want to go into match point. And here it is. The Nexus is going to be continue to get hit. It's going to drop soon enough. 50 gold to Evil Fallen as XSVW takes that game and they're going on the match point.
I'd say this is one of the more dominant games we've seen in this series so far. Multiple Deathless members on the side of XSV Wrath. They get the Baron. They use it to close out cleanly in that third game. And I really feel like it's just the simplicity of the team comp that works for them. All you have to do is, you know, use one of your, you know, like half a dozen CC tools to kill someone. And if you kill people, they are dead, believe it or not. Whereas I think there was a lot more setup and a lot more work that Los Culos Hermanos needed to do. If they could find their dream fight, maybe if they weren't, 7,000 gold behind, that could have been a winnable fight near the end there. But for the Wally diff just felt like it was too much there. They found some great engages in those final moments, and they killed one person, and that was with Shiny Sneasel, arguably the strongest member of their team and the best anti-engage player, being top lane into the Yorick, who couldn't even really step up to him because of how much kiting this Talia was able to do, burning the Yorick flash in that 1v1. And so while I feel like Spartiate had some really good effort, finding some really good angles early game, the composition struggled to function as the game went on for Los Culos Hermanos.
It just felt like the composition wasn't really that cohesive. It was really dependent upon trying to draw pressure with the Yorick consistently in the split pushing in the lane. But the way that the composition did it, it was like Owl didn't want to keep matching up with him because he wasn't really winning that matchup. So what did he do? He ganged up with the team, split with Talia instead, and then all of a sudden these fights felt a lot more winnable for the side of SSVW, to the point where it got to being completely winnable with Cassante by their side. And it's and honestly good performance from all around the entire team on the side of SSV Wrath, as they really showed themselves to be the better team in that game in multiple ways, even though at one point it felt like the other side was actually going to be able to take it for them. But I really want to see. Right now it's looking like LCH, you're on the back foot now. You got to try to turn it around for this game 4. If you don't do so, like, again, you potentially lose the series here. But at the same time, it's just, we want to see this absolute banger of of overall series between these two, because I believe that they're number 1 and 2 in their particular groups. And again, these are the only time that LCH has lost, I believe, is to this team. So they really want to try to win this out and try to take SSVW down. So don't go anywhere, guys. If you guys want to see if SSVW can win it in 4, you got to wait for this next game to start up. We're going into game 4 very much so, of Los Culos Hermanos versus SSV Wrath. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Let's do it.
And welcome back, everybody, to Conqueror League Titan Esports on this what's getting very close to now about to be technically Thursday morning, guys. I am Malco. If you guys are just joining us, you probably missed out on the fact that SSVW is now taking us to match point. And that game 3 has us believing that potentially they could really cinch it here for game 4. Freedom Potatoes, how are you feeling at this moment?
I'm feeling good. I feel like XSV's got to be feeling good. The momentum definitely seems to be in their favor. It felt like Los Culos Hermanos were struggling to find the angles they needed to in that game. I feel like they had a narrower, tighter path they needed to walk and had a hard time doing it. And with the champ pools getting more pinched, it might only get tougher for them. Or if their pools go deeper than their opponents, maybe this is where they turn it around. And that's what we're going to have to see.
Yes, and we're going to be getting right into the draft, and I kind of suspect that we're going to see something a little bit different than what what was kind of expecting to be more of a what we would call a standard draft. I would say we're probably going to get a little bit something more exciting and something that might actually make the game a little bit spicier to be able to watch. And I think that's what LCH kind of wants to do. They want to do something that's going to be kind of more unorthodox and maybe throw off SXV Wrath. So maybe this is exactly what Los Culos Hermanos is looking for, is just a one-off game that really basically forces us over to game 5. But SFV Wrath, they should be able to come back punching. And I think that if you are ready to do so, let's go ahead and get right into the draft and see if what these guys are gonna be cooking up for us this time around.
Okay, so LCH have opted to stick on the blue side, it looks like. Maybe we'll see some spicy flex picks or just one of those strong, strong B1 junglers that's been banned all series be left open for them. So far though, bans sticking the same. I'd expect if we do see any shakeups, it'll probably be in the third ban specifically. And so, okay, nope, Jarvan still off the table. They don't want it in the game. They don't want themselves to play it. They don't want their opponents to play it. I feel like that is a staple jungler that, in an ideal world, you want to be able to pilot that, but sometimes that's just not your forte, and you don't want to give it over.
Either you have to be, if you don't pick it or you don't ban it, you're gonna be ending up having to pick it yourself. Oh, we got a change in the bans this time around. In no Pantheon. No, Pantheon's usually SFV. This time around we actually end up not getting. Yeah, it's gonna be Trundle this time. I think it's because Seraphine is usually banned in that phase, if I remember correctly. So now
would usually mean Zinja, but Zinja has already been picked, so maybe it's a different tank.
Yeah, because there's no Sejuani, there's no Xin Zhao. So what else would you possibly pick? Well, we do see that LCH is actually going to blind pick their ADC first as we get the Aphelios. Oh my god, I have not seen this champion in a little bit. And then Yunara as the response on the side of SSV Wrath. I think unless there's like, are they going to go like the Thresh Aphelios? Are they going to go like Aphelios and some kind of enchanter? We do get the Bard here, so I kind of like that in combination with the Yunara, able to help her sustain in lane. And actually Bard can dish out a lot of supplemental damage alongside the Yunara, might be able to help them secure some early game kills and get the Yunara ramped up. Jack's going to be picked up here. I'm not sure if that's going to be top lane or if that's going to be jungle Jax. I think it might be more likely top. So maybe Alcoholic is actually a good oh wow, the Poppy here too. That's another one of those that can be flexed up there to the jungle support and even the top lane. So they have, oh wow, I kind of like what LCH is doing right here. They're just trying to adapt to whatever the side of SFV ends up doing. And the Lulu ends up, Lulu? Wait, that can't be right. That's already been picked up. It's
Okay. It's not.
Yeah, not Lulu, guys. Not Lulu. That's I was about to say. Wait a second.
I thought we were maybe going to be
Yunara would be
Bardinet, Bard top, roaming Bard top thing. No, but it's not that. The Jax is a strong DPS pick, and Poppy is also a strong flex. But I feel like Poppy, I usually see get the most value into teams that are committed into a lot of dashes, and XSV doesn't really have that. There's the magical journey, and when Yunara pops the ultimate, she gets a dash in her kit, and I think it works on Lilia's W too. But I mean, the Lily is a spicy pick. I like that showing up. That can be a menace in team fights. The clear speed is insane. She can kind of show up anywhere on the map. And with the melee heavy team that LCH have drafted, we're going to see the Swain picked up as well. I like the Swain into short range, but Aphelios does kind of melt Swain. Consistent DPS is Swain's biggest enemy. And especially with like the green-white gun combo, Aphelios could be pretty scary for whoever ends up playing that pick.
And we do see the Hui being picked up here for the mid lane there for maxing. So I think this should be, yeah, that's going to be a pretty interesting pick. I don't think it really it's going to be hard for him to like land a lot of the skill shots and stuff on things like the Lilia, the sustain tanking from the from Shiny Sneasel on, I think is going to be, yeah, it's definitely mid lane Swain there. Yeah, after that Warwick pick, yeah, that's definitely mid lane Swain. Unless this, could this be a top Lilia? That'd be really funny.
Warwick top and Lilia jungle. That's, you know, the more standard way to do it. So we'll have to
wonder
see.
how.
Gotta be popped.
Is there any data on the matchup of Mundo versus Warwick by any chance? That is a very interesting matchup. I love watching this top lane matchup between Owl and Alcoholic. They've probably been one of the more fun top laners that I've watched just in general, because they just continuously like to brawl over and over and over again. Both of these guys like to show their stuff and say, yo, who's better with the hands? And so it's always fun to watch these two. So I'm very curious to see how this matchup is actually going to go between Mundo and Warwick. Jackson Lilia, this is something I kind of suspect is just going to go maybe Lilia favored. It feels like she does so much damage like early throughout the entire game. So yeah. Jax early on, the early dueling between Jax and her might actually be very interesting if they do end up meeting in the jungle. Spartiate might be able to get one out on top, but Lilia feels like they could definitely win out against the Jax as well.
Once again, I feel like we've been glazing their comps every game, but XSV does feel to me like they have a little bit of an edge once again. They have a few more options for starting the fights that aren't as committal. You can throw the Bartle, you have the Lily asleep, you can fish for Swain, never move, and then follow that up with you know, a lot of damage from the Yunara. You've got the Warwick ultimate as well. But Los Culos Hermanos have a composition that does kind of want XSV to come into them. So if XSV does overcommit, Aphelios is going to be able to do massive damage. The AoE from Hui is a massive threat. So the Lily, yeah. So I think XSV, you know, they need to be careful not to just run down through chokes. And if they can either just win the fight before that damage is able to come through, they, you know, I think they'll have a pretty easy time here, or if they just snowball their lead, because I think they have potentially strong lanes here. Again, I think XSV has a pretty decent team comp here.
They just have to be able to play it out. Yunara is one of the champions that is kind of hard to play into the early game, especially when the what's it called for Poppy's passive, the buckler, when she can just keep getting poked out by that, and that does deceptively a lot of damage. Green gun on Reneg on the Aphelios is also significantly much longer range than you would probably expect it, and even like when you're under your tower, there's potentially get poked out. So they got to play this bot lane pretty behind a little bit to be able to hopefully go into the game with a much better, with the mid game with a much better overall position for themselves. As we're seeing Owl here going ahead and getting a little bit of damage on the Alcoholic, but the Mundo doing a bit chunk of more.
Ooh, Shiny Sneasel landing that Vision of Empire from a distance. Just nice to start stacking up that health. I think that was blind, just knowing the timer. Oh, scrappy top fight.
Owl there doing a lot more damage off on this Warwick, forcing Alcoholic back. If he gets one more rotation like that, that'll be interesting to see if he can actually possibly secure that kill.
Yeah, that's a dangerous health threshold to be at. Owl has the barrier and could even look for a dive if Alcoholic missteps. Wave coming into Owl. He has the option to try to kind of freeze this. Maybe he'll stop the back again. He's been both top laners have been really aggressive about canceling each other's backs as well. Again, they've been really scrappy. It's been a fun lane to watch. Evil Fallen getting some nice poke on Reneg, but not is starting to run low on mana. May have to take a reset before they become potentially trapped in lane for the side of XSV. Their health is fine, but you gotta watch the mana pool.
Yep, and a lot of damage coming out from that red gun onto Evil Fallen there. So yeah, Reneg right now, gonna get the shove into the wall. First blood for the Poppy out of nowhere. had to use the flash for the positioning, but was able to get it. CU secures that kill.
See you on an engaged champion, looking good like the Rel was in game number one. That might be the sauce that XSV needs to pull through here, because yeah, that is one of the main and kind of only real engage options that Los Culos Hermanos have. It's kind of the Poppy and the Jax who can start the fights. Mundo can kind of run people down. Wait, are we gonna see a fight?
Oh yeah, we're gonna see a fight, and Reneg is taking up the advantage on it. Evil Fallen might be dropped right here, having to use the barrier. Not gonna get theirs, but gonna take out Reneg's as well. Flashes under the tower.
Oh.
Evil Fallen, though, gonna be able to take him out in the 1v1. Yanara getting that kill.
The animation on that flamethrower Q just a little bit too long, and as a consequence, Evil Fallen comes out on top without even having to blow the flash. It's just a one auto difference, but it's a game of inches, and Evil Fallen secures the kill off of maybe a little bit of greed from the Aphelios.
Just a little bit. I thought the Aphelios did definitely have it, though. Was dishing out a lot of damage. If they didn't have the purple gun, though, I think they would have actually got that there. If it was like a blue and red gun somehow, that would have been great. Or even like blue and white, dropping the turret down, dishing out additional damage. That would have all made the difference. But for what it is now, game is basically tied up 1-1 with only a 200 gold difference. Both of these teams surprisingly aren't doing too much. Actually, this time it's Owl with the CS lead up in the top side. Usually it was Alcoholic, but it looks like this Warwick is actually doing a pretty decent pick for them.
Yeah, that Warwick should be dominating the early game. I would say the Mundo, a bit more of a scaling pick. I feel like even as the game goes on, Warwick can still play into Mundo because he likes to drain tank off of people. Ooh, nice Cosmic Binding.
Oh, gonna get a lot of damage down from Evil Fallen with the Unara W, giving them the Unara W giving them the enhancement. Oh wait, the shove right there. Taylor Swift is now here trying to dish out a bit of damage, but no, not going to be enough, as it forces all three members on the side of LCH in that bot lane that they're low. They're going to have to back you off here.
Yeah, those low health bars should mean the Drake will be secured by the side of XSV. Taylor Swift is alone on it. The Lilia clear is the single target damage from Lilia isn't the best. Does have Faded Ashes, which is monumental for the clear speed in the jungle at large. But yeah, for the objective, they might want to move their bot lane up here just to make sure it gets done in time. It's still at 2,000 HP, and the Lilia has no mana. There's actually a chance that LCH could have tried to fight it, but I think it makes more sense for them to just get some resources into their own pockets. And yeah, in this mid lane, this is a good matchup for Hui. I do want to see Maxine just, he has the farm advantage. He has his Lost Chapter. If he can bully Swain out of lane a little bit, I think the zone control that Hui offers and just the damage. Oh, hold on.
Oh, yes, and now Evil Fallen getting caught out. The Ignite drops, though, and that's going to be to Light. Able to take that kill. CU going on the chase. Able to get caught by the Cosmic Binding after the Magical Journey. Going to utilize some of the healings and be able to get them good. So the Caretaker Shrines is able to heal him up. And that's going to be the completion of the ward item. But that's going to be another kill going over to the Poppy for the side of LCH.
Level advantage for Evil Fallen, but he still goes down in the 2v2 because of that steadfast presence getting the knock-up in response to the dash on the Inara. And so that definitely feels bad. The kill did go to Poppy, though, so at least it's not on the Aphelios. His scaling isn't going to be that accelerated. Both ADCs are still pretty close in itemization, especially that BF sword feeling really good for Evil Fallen. But Poppy with kills can start terrorizing the map a little bit more. The swiftness boots plus that is it winged moonplate is gonna just be a lot of speed to show up to plays and look for picks even just in the 2v2.
And I think at this point, it's just, hey, who's actually going to have the swiftness first? Oh, wait a second, though. Sparta is actually here, but Owl is also combating here as the ultimate comes out from Alcoholic. The maximum dosage being used is going to now be a big tool that they're not going to have, but to Lights, caught out there is the shove into the wall. CU going to be able to find them, and there's going to be, though, Shiny Cecil able to use the ultimate getting into the fight here as it's going to nearly fall asleep. They're continuing to chase down the jungler. Is they able to get him? Yes, he does. Evil Fallen takes that kill, and that's another one over to the Yunara. Now it is 3v3 currently. Both teams losing at least one member in that fight, and that's gonna be just enough for them to back off as Evil Fallen chunking a bit of damage onto Reneg. But what did they say? Red, white, don't fight. And that's not what they want to look for right now. Instead, Taylor Swift going to clear out some of this vision here in that bot side, and that is going to be the end of it all.
Aggressive jungle play from LCH burns a lot of summoners from the side of XSV. Ends up being pretty even overall. Game state, likewise, mostly even across the board. No clear winners yet. I will say Evil Fallen, once he gets his first item, I think should be looking to start kind of taking over this bot lane, fight aggressively around Drake Station, maybe even move up to those top side objectives. Grubs look like they will be just going down here to one or both of the junglers, as they are set to scrap over that. But the Rift Herald is an objective that is not going to be coming up for a while, but if XSV feels they have a lead there, I would like to see them use that rather than just continuing to 2v2.
And the thing is that it's not much of a lead. They don't really have much else. I mean, they do have one on the top side. Owl is currently almost up 30 CS on this Mundo at the moment. The jungle is definitely in the favor right now of SFV as well, but we need to see them utilize more. Maxing sitting at about 20 CS up on the Swain at this moment as well, and it's just barely even, only just 2 kills up on the Yunara in that bot side. So the SFVW doesn't really have a whole lot of leads that they can really utilize at this current moment. They need like maybe one more play that can at least open up somewhere on the map and allow them to propel themselves forward.
And there is a minute on the next Drake spawn. That is a likely fight that we will see, unless someone just makes a big pick happen before then. I feel like XSV has a strong team fight right now with the Swain ultimate, and again, the amount of players on the side of LCH that want to come into them aggressively. But but if Maxine and Reneg can play the distance game, there's a lot of raw damage that those Culos Hermanos can deal, and I think that those are the players they really need to play around. Yes, the Poppy is fed, but Bard ult committed.
Gonna be able to get it as the Lilia is able to lane the bowling ball. Reneg looking like the target. Evil Fallen gonna be able to take that. The Yunara wants more, trying to chase down CU able to walk under the tower and get away. And that's another kill given over to the Yunara on the side of SFVW, and they now are just about 1k gold up.
And there's the advantage being pressed. It's the Yuntal Wild Arrows against an incomplete Collector that helps XSV's bot lane get the kill. The Tempered Fate, not flashed by the Aphelios, also helps set that up. And so the good news for Los Culos Hermanos is they do still have those summoner spells available to their bot lane when a fight does happen, because this Drake has just spawned. But the tempo and the item advantage might not allow them to even look at this.
Yeah, and that was absolutely... Oh, wait a second. Gonna be able to land. Evil Fallen having to force the flash out, and they're trying to get him, but they're not able to. The Ignite dropped on, and it's gonna be Evil Fallen walking away. As Blue Team able to steal the Drake away. The ultimate coming out from Shiny Sneasel as Evil Fallen gonna be able to try to come up here to be able to help and support them back. T-Lights, though, gives a magical journey for them to be able to escape. That's gonna be the Drake given over to the side of LCH, and a kill as Taylor Swift is dropped.
Nice steal from the side of Spartia, and they get the Lilia too. That's some much needed gold over to the side of Los Culos Hermanos. Still a pretty even game overall. Those Grubs, all 3 claimed by them as well, means Aphelios is going to be able to claim some gold off of those bot turret plates, which he has been struggling to do so far, but at this point, he should be able to get that Collector completed, and then he will be much more of a threat in these fights. Still a while till he's really going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Yunara, unless he gets the perfect gun combo with a little bit of setup from his team, I think. But if he can start, just being able to keep his turret alive, take fights a little more aggressively, I think this Aphelios is poised to become a big threat. It's just going to be a while till we really see that happen because of how this early game has played out.
And I think right now for this, it's like we're 15 minutes in, only 8 kills has been distributed, 4 and 4 on each side. but it's like both of these teams, oh my god, Yunara dishing out so much damage, and that was nearly the end of the life of Reneg there, and it's gonna be potentially right there too if it spins close enough, but it wasn't good enough as Owl ends up finding Spartanate here, and they're trying to go in, falls asleep under the tower. Can they get a little bit more damage? It might be enough. The Jax is going to drop. Taylor Swift going to secure another kill. Now Alcoholic left all alone on the top side as they're trying to dish out more. Brought down to half HP, and is looking like the jungle for their target. Nicely done as Maxing gets the ult to land onto Shiny Sneasel. Does take a chunk of his health out too, but that's also going to be red team destroying the first turret, and now they're looking for Maxing, but gets fleed away, and he's gonna be found now. Owl goes in, flashes, fears, but see you shoving them away, able to keep them back, and Taylor Swift can't get the damage down. Hui gets to live another day.
Maxine does lose a flash, and into a composition with a lot of threat like XSVs, that is highly risky. Tempered Fate, if it's used on that Hui when he's not ready for it, could be an easy way to pick up a key kill for the side of XSV. But for now, nice job living by Maxine, bullying Shiny Sneasel out of lane. Needs to continue building this lead up. Is 34 CS ahead. Oh, Alcoholic in big trouble though.
Oh no, and they're coming up though. Here's the cavalry. Owl not long for this world. The Jax gonna be able to take that kill.
In the 1v1, the Warwick can definitely beat that Mundo, but that was not a 1v1. Flash over the wall.
Yep, and right now Renee getting caught in a 1v2. Taylor Swift looking for it and not gonna give the kill over to the Swain. That's another one to the Lilia, and that's the ADC for the side of LCH being dropped.
ADC 4 deaths now. The bot lane is going to be a major problem. I was hoping that the Collector would kind of spark a turnaround point for this Aphelios, but the Inara, I feel like, is just a more reliable pick. She has a bit more of that move speed steroid, a lot of consistent DPS, is even able to access a dash through the ultimate, and so far it's working great. 2 items now completed for Evil Fallen.
And looking like the fight now as Hui uses the ultimate to try to get him away, and Taylor Swift might be able to take this kill and flash away. Are they going to be able to do so? They get at least return it as Alcoholic takes the kill away and is continuing to chase as his Shiny Sneasel is looking to be able to keep hitting these trophies onto Shiny Sneasel. But now Talites is here, and so is Evil Fallen, slowing down Alcoholic, and now is continuing the chase, getting a lot down as Owl is able to draw him back in. Evil Fallen now going on a killing spree, and potentially see you going to look like the next one as they go on a killing spree as well. But the turret is going to execute them instead of being able to give the kill over to the Jax. That's exactly what you were hoping for if you were the Yunara in that situation.
Spartiate commits the flash to try to get the kill and unfortunately doesn't get it. That's a huge cooldown. That Q flash counter strike combo is again a key engage tool for Los Culos Hermanos, who don't have a lot of easy ways to start fights without hard committing. And with how behind their bot lane is, I don't think they can really play the kite back game all that easily unless Maxing goes huge, which, you know, he's got the individual lead in the mid lane, but it's really not that much. Swain is pretty much dead even in items despite the CS deficit thanks to those 5 assists. And yeah, and unless the Hui is really able to start churning out the damage that Los Culos Hermanos needs, I feel like XSV could start running away with this game if they are able to win the fight here at Drake.
And I think right now this is exactly the fight that they're hoping for. They are here first. A little bit of damage lands on the Taylor Swift. Gonna start the Drake up early, and they're gonna try to force them into them here. Let's see what they're able to do. CU and Alcoholic looking for the range. Gonna be able to proc the passive for Alcoholic as now he was caught by the Cosmic Binding, and they're able to force them back out. Taylor Swift now being stunned up, found by those Jax, and they're continuing the chase and trying to get a little bit more, though. They don't realize that the backside is also being torn up as Owl's able to found out the Aphelios on the top end. Blue team, though, gonna be able to take the Drake away as Maxing has taken out Owl, and they're trying to get a little bit more. Shiny Sneasel forced out of the fight as Alcoholic continuing the chase. Maxing, though, able to snipe him out, and Evil Fallen gonna be taken down.
Evil Fallen has the flash, but maybe thinks he can survive the Severing Bolt, doesn't use it, and is taken out. That's a huge second kill of the fight. over to Los Culos Hermanos, who have taken the lead in the Drakes. They've popped open the mid turret, and they only lose their already underfed ADC, which, yes, you want Aphelios getting money, but if you can win the fight without him, I don't think you're too worried about that. Though there might be a little bit of an overstay from Alcoholic, but I don't think Talites is going to really be able to get through this Mundo. Maxing, a little bit low, but has his team there.
Oh, and that new Taylor Swift might have just chased a little too far and is trying to run, getting a lot of damage down though on Suspiciate there, but not going to be enough. It's the lights, can't get away. I don't know what is going on with SFVW here. They're just sitting here going in one after the other, and it's just getting them all picked off.
They were trying to punish what they saw as an overstay from Los Culos Hermanos. They got the Drake, they got the turret mid, and it felt like XSV thought they could punish that, but there weren't really easy targets for them to get onto. Mundo is so tanky. There's a lot of CC available. You saw when Taylor Swift tried to find the angle onto Maxing, the team just converged for Los Culos Hermanos to protect him. CU providing some CC, and then Sparche just able to knock down the Lilia with the leap strike at the end there. So the momentum really slipping away from XSV in this moment. Item completion is going to start coming through for Los Culos Hermanos that will make these fights way easier for them to play. And yeah, the gold now favoring the blue side here as we approach the 20-minute mark, and the Baron might be spawning soon, or will be. Of course it does.
We're gonna have to see what's going on further, as I think our producer just crashed out on us after witnessing what just had happened. So give us a moment, please, as we just go ahead and allow the directed camera to just let us know that the Rift Herald is currently being taken by the side of LCH. But no worries, guys. Our producer is still really here. It was just kind of funny to see him say that he gave himself a concussion in the chat. But CU is getting chunked down quite a bit here as Bar just want to keep getting these audios. Let's see what happens here as the Baron is coming up and has spawned onto the map. The rest of these teams, I'm glad that the gold lead's only within 200, but at this point, the next fight is probably going to be the thing that finally balloons the gold lead to an actual surmountable lead.
And as the game goes on, again, the Aphelios is going to become a lot stronger. He's only on one item right now, so not that much of a threat, but we're close to completing an item on Maxing. Oh, fight in the bot jungle.
Taylor Swift once again getting found out by the Jax. Flash shows over the wall. Shiny Sneasel now gonna utilize the demonic ascension, trying to get a little bit more, but CU going on a rampage as Evil Fallen is taking down the low HP barrier. Not gonna be enough. Alcohol is gonna be able to take that kill. Taylor Swift was left all alone, not gonna be able to return anything. LCH is looking like they're in control of this game 4, and this is what I meant by one more fight is what was needed to be able to see if they can make a decent lead for themselves. And LCH now take it as they sit at just under 2k above the lead, and they're looking at this Baron.
Yeah, they are looking at the Baron, and their take should be reasonably quick. They don't have those two items for Aphelios. They don't have the Leandries, so it won't be as quick as I would hope, but Sparche definitely going to do a lot of damage. We saw he did a lot of damage in that team fight there, which really just felt like an overextension from XSV. They aren't fed enough to be playing with that much confidence anymore. They're going to look for a steal, though. Bartle
going to be able to stall it out just a little bit longer. Only 2k HP. Warwick could go in, but not going to be enough. The smite comes down, and that's going to be blue team securing the Baron, but now just trying to find something as they go in with the ultimate. But Owl going to be slain by Rigneg, and that's going to be the first kill for the Aphelios. The rest of the team for SSBW forced to back off. 3k gold down, and Baron secured for the side of LCH.
Oh, Owl, what was that? That was, oh no. That was Flash, Barrier, and Ultimate committed to do like 300 damage to the enemy ADC when they have Baron. And again, those cooldowns are just so important. You can punish, you know, when the enemy has Baron, they might get overconfident. They might step into your jungle. They might walk up too far alone in a lane. And if you can punish that, you can find your way back into this game. XSV is certainly not out of it, but with the Baron and the Herald in pocket, LCH is poised to blow open these turrets and start extending their gold lead.
There's not enough damage coming out to try to shred Alcoholic right now on this Mundo. And there we go. They were able to stop the steer of the Herald. So hopefully they can stop this. No charge is going to come out. But now the next Drake is ready to be given over to LCH. They have to fight this here. Owl gonna dodge out on that cleaver. CU gonna shove him into the wall, be able to stun him up. Owl looking like that's gonna be the first target. Is Renee gonna be able to take that out? That's gonna be the first kill going over. I can never pronounce his name, going on a killing spree though as the Taylor Swift gets taken out. Jack's going on a double kill as Talight's trying to escape, not gonna be able to do so. They're chasing him down. CU gonna be able to knock him into the wall, stun him up, and that's gonna be it. The Poppy is now unstoppable. They take the Drake now on to Soul Point, 19-9, 5,000 gold up. This game is looking all but Los Culos Hermanos.
Los Culos Hermanos, another huge fight that it feels like XSV just didn't need to take. When the enemy has Baron, they have priority in the lanes. You don't need to fight the Drake. Yes, it's Soul Point, but the second Dragon, the second Hextech Drake isn't going to be what makes or breaks the game. It's that Soul fight, which you can take when the enemy team doesn't have Baron, and they just are kind of hitting their heads into the wall that is LCH. The front line, I was skeptical of it, but it is working out for Los Culos Hermanos. They're able to punish the oversteps rapidly. See you on the Poppy in particular having a great game, 5-0-9. Yeah, I was skeptical of the support getting those early kills, but Poppy is a champion that can run away with the game, kind of literally. She has a lot of move speed and is doing work with it.
Yep, and is trying to make it work as much as possible. Talight's going to spot them out on the ward there, but definitely does not want to scrap right now, not with how far behind the team is at this moment. They're going to need to find some type of miracle fight to be able to win this game right now. SFE Wrath just unfortunately falling behind at every turn. Every fight that they try to set up just gets turned around on them. And like you said, this front line is working great, and it's just allowing now Hui and Aphelios to keep dishing out this damage. If not, that they're dishing out a bit of damage themselves on these tanks.
It is a struggle for XSV now that they are firmly behind in the game, because their damage is pretty short range itself. Sway needs to be in the middle of people. Lilia needs to be in the middle of people. When they were ahead early, it felt like they could take those fights where, if Swain pulls someone in, they can just melt them. But again, it's now that LCH is in the lead, the damage that can come out from Hui and Aphelios, it melts Swain before he gets to do anything. It melts Lilia before she can do anything, unless she gets a massive sleep off. Maybe they find a massive Bard ultimate, then they can make some magic happen. But there in the top lane, we saw Talight's look for it and just whiff because the Hui was able to use his move speed.
Taylor Swift getting found out once again, nearly taking out Demonic Ascension, now being used by Shiny Sneasel. They almost get Evil Fallen, but it's not going to be it. Missing out on the rest of the damage. Alcoholic is now surrounded by multiple members as Spartan is going to go unstoppable, taking out the bar, but the shutdown going over to Shiny Sneasel as Poppy drops. But Reneg going on a killing spree as they take out the Swain. There's no other members who can really help with this, and they're continuing into the mid lane as Alcoholic stopping the backs of the Warwick, making sure they can't go back and try to help a little bit more within the
might win this.
Oh, wait a second. It nearly ends up being a win for Owl as he continues, as he was almost able to take down the Mundo in that 1v1 solo fight.
Blows the flash from Mundo. This Warwick has been struggling in some of the team fights, but in that 1v1, he is still strong. He does nicely into health tanks, even with that Bramble Vest. It was, all things considered, not the worst fight that XSV could have taken. I think that actually shrunk their gold deficit a little bit because they were able to pick up that shutdown on CU's Poppy. I don't quite recall who got it. It was, I think, either the Lilia or the Yunara. Both great places for the gold to go. Evil Fallen is on 3 items now, despite everything that's happened this game, is still a little bit up on Reneg, on the Aphelios, but okay, Lilia is the one who got the shutdown. And yeah, and Taylor Swift also going to be some much needed damage. The percent health damage and the kind of pseudo frontline that Lilia can act as is important here. I guess this is something I didn't talk about for XSV's comp. They don't really have a true tank frontliner. They have the drain tanks. All 3 of their top side is kind of drain tanks. Bard is a little bit tanky, but he can't really step up to the Aphelios, and this could arguably be a game where the tank Swain could get value. I know there is a high elo OTP who likes to build tank items. Frozen Heart can get good value. Force of Nature can get great value. You do have a magic damage source in the Lilia that could allow you to go that build, but I think it also does require a high level of comfort.
Yep, and they're going in now. Owl just tries to chase down
there's
Reneg, and the shutdown goes to the Bard, but they're able to get the Aphelios. This is exactly what they're needing as they're trying to get a little bit more. Jax is now going to be the next one to fall, but that's going to be Owl now losing their life as Evil Fallen falls right behind them. They finally found a good fight, but it still doesn't go their way as they end up losing all their lives on the side of SSVW. 2 for 2 so far,
You back
but
in,
now
Mike.
maybe they'll be able to return it for a third as CU was stepped up way too far, fleeing away as Taylor Swift gets feared, but not going to be able to kill off CU on the Poppy.
All things considered, a 2 for 2 when you are down this much isn't too bad, but it comes at the cost of Mundo getting to push his way, taking that inhibitor turret down to just one plating. CU sticking around on really low HP, maybe gonna try. No, she doesn't have the Keeper's verdict to knock away Taylor Swift, so it looks like this will be the Drake, maybe traded for Taylor Swift's life, or maybe Taylor Swift can just get out.
I think she could possibly get out if the Lilia can just keep going. Yeah, and manages to just walk away after that. Definitely took damage, but at least they were able to stop the Drake stacking, so they won't have to worry as much about the match as the sole point at this very moment.
That is going to buy another 5 minutes for XSV Wrath. Gold lead also down to 4.5k. Again, they have managed to shrink it a little bit. Yunara is still a huge threat. Aphelios hasn't hit that third item spike yet, and Yunara is starting to get close to a fourth here. If Evil Fallen is kept alive in these fights, they are still super playable, as that is the real damage machine underpinning the XSV comp. They need to keep Evil Fallen alive. Last fight, he found himself on the wrong side of the enemy outer turret, which, if they can take it down, would also be a nice infusion of gold into the side of XSV. They kind of dove maybe a little too far. Oh, ult used by Taylor Swift?
Oh, they're going to be able to catch out Maxing, not going to be able to do so. Instead, it's now looking like Taylor Swift is a little bit out of position. Evil Fallen taking down the trying to take down the super minions as Alcoholic takes a chunk of damage for themselves. Can't wait for that Lord Dom's item to be done for the Yunara. That should definitely help with a lot of these damages onto these tankier opponents that they haven't been able to chunk down yet. But because they've been pushed back, the Baron was looking like the target, but instead they look like they want to try to bait them towards it.
Yeah, Death Bush being set up, but that upper bush is warded. 3 players sitting on a ward. Bartle.
Bartle gonna land onto one member. Now they able to keep one of them out of the fight. Demonic Ascension trying to absorb as much damage as possible, but Maxing is going dominating as they take out T-Lights first. Double kill going over to the way as the Swain is gonna be dropped. Triple kill from the snipe as Evil Fallen is gonna be taken down next. CU though not gonna be able to CU gonna be able to take that kill. Gonna deny the potential penta for the Hui, but now it's looking, once the minions get pushed in, we're looking like we're going to Silver Scrapes game 5. Ow, the sole member left for the side of SFVW trying to defend their Nexus turrets, but with about 10 seconds on the Bard not going to be able to do much to give you a little bit more hope. And you do drop out on the Warwick, and the Nexus drops right after you. We're going to game 5.
Game 5 on the way. Kind of an maybe an unintentional bait from Los Culos Hermanos there, as they stack in the bush, not knowing it was warded, but the Bartle committed maybe on members as XSV tried to send it in there, but that's exactly what Los Culos Hermanos' comp wanted. The tight choke where Hui can just melt you alongside the Aphelios. It was a one-sided fight to close out the game. You know, a little bit of false hope given over to the side of XSV Wrath, and yeah, it's punished in the red side jungle by...
Honestly, I wasn't expecting the composition to work, if I'm being completely honest with you. Either way, it just didn't feel like it made complete sense. Even though Yunara started off really well and was able to dish out a lot of damage, at least in the beginning of the game itself, it just didn't feel like, as if even with the Aphelios out of the picture, the rest of the team was just doing so well that he felt like a non-factor, and then eventually Aphelios got online and then there was nothing that they can do. So I honestly don't have a whole lot to say about this game. I think that we have seen exactly what's about to happen. I kind of was expecting a 5-game series that we were going into. Potentially 3-1 was the original prediction, but no, guys. Guess what you guys get on this night? You're going to be getting the Silver Scrapes that you guys have all been waiting for. So don't go nowhere. We're going to be going into the Silver Scrapes of Los Culos Hermanos versus SFV Wrath. Who's going to end up winning this game 5? Well, I don't know just yet, but let's find out after this break. Don't go nowhere. Oh, oh. And welcome back, everybody, to this upcoming Game 5 of Los Culos Hermanos versus SFV Wrath. As you guys were able to see, Los Culos Hermanos were able to bring it back with a very, how do you say, not necessarily interesting composition, but more definitely unorthodox composition. And it allowed them to be able to get that victory within Game 4, forcing us here into silver scrapes. I know you guys are tired. I know you guys are trying to get through this with us, but stick through it because we got one more game to get through, and we're going to be able to see who's going to be able to win this semifinal match and go on to the next round, aka the finals. From here, Freedom Potatoes, how are you feeling at the moment? I know we're both probably, starting to feel a little sluggish.
Starting to feel a little tired, a little sluggish, and I hope the players aren't, because this is where the mental resilience really comes into play. The 5-game series, for many of these players, they might not have played very many series that go this far, especially since the induction of a Fearless Draft, where again, the champ pools get more pinched. You need to start pulling out these more and more niche options. Maybe someone's been saving a pocket pick that now all your counters are gone for. Speaking from experience here, it can be a tough spot to be in, regardless of how even if your mental is good, it can still be a hard position to be in just from the drafting situation. And I mean, coming off a loss like that, where things started off pretty good for them and then things faltered, that hasn't necessarily been the story as much for XSV, at least in the 2 games before that. So that shift in momentum, they are going to need to swing back from. Taylor Swift is going to need to shake it off.
And I'm trying to see if they're going to be able to shake it off as well. LCH, though, coming back, and they're able to kind of make it back kicking for themselves, and they're really trying to take this game off of them. If they can take it away from SSV Wrath, that's going to be able to take it away from the number one seed in the group, and hopefully be able to give them that extra momentum, carrying it off into finals. So here we go, guys. We're going to get right into this draft, and I'm sure this is probably going to go pretty quick, just because, again, a lot of things are taking off, so they're probably going to start letting certain things through potentially here, as we do end up seeing the ban here for the Trundle first, and then we should be getting a couple more bans coming in very soon. Heckram being the next one, so SFE still not wanting to change that one up too much, but LCH might change things up, as they're probably going to want to change up their composition trying to secure this next win.
Changed up the order, but the bans still may be the same. The thing I have kind of realized is I feel like the value of the 2 sides shifts a little bit as you go deeper into Fearless, where, again, with the red side, you get those more niche counter picks available to you, which might not have, like, blindable answers to them. But on the other hand, if there's something that's been banned away for the majority of the series and you have the blue side, you can often kind of put yourself in a position where now that, again, a lot of the counters may be gone, you can pick that as the B1. It definitely adds a very fresh dynamic to how these teams are drafting. However, these teams are not adding a fresh dynamic to how they're banning. They are keeping everything the same as it was before, and it's going to be a Mumu locked in first.
I like to see that. That's another one of those champions that I don't get to see too often, but when it is picked up, it's usually picked up just because sometimes your composition is just, hey, we need to just go a little bit simpler. So we just need this like big old CC bot that can help at least lock people down, and we won't have to worry about much. But guess who could also steal the ultimate of said CC bot and be able to utilize it against you? There goes the Sylas, and with the flex for the Sylas being able to go top, jungle, or mid, there's actually potential for anywhere that it could go, it being a potentially good pick. So a Mumu now, though, being the jungler of choice, they got to be careful what ultimates they end up picking against them, because you don't want to potentially risk Sylas stealing a crucial ultimate that could potentially turn the team fight around. And Zaya being picked up here potentially means the Rakan could be coming up next as well, which, if that's the case, yep, there you go. There's goes that combination put together, and Zaya Rakan is still technically some pretty decent ultimates for Sylas to steal. So I feel that SFV in this current draft state is feeling pretty good after picking up the Lucian. I thought the Nami would get picked up next, but no, we're gonna see something that was actually getting banned by LCH last game. It was the Darius, and so that's Darius going up towards the top side there. And I do like seeing that they decided to pick one of their comfort pocket picks instead of trying to worry about going for draft composition.
Yeah, if as long as they have some reliable engage somewhere in the comp, which can partly provide if he goes Rocket Belt, is able to land the E, steal a Mumu ult or Rakan ult, then he can kind of work as an engage option. They'll probably want something else off that to help with that because again, Darius, he might be able to kind of ghost in and try to grab someone, but playing aggressively into the Xayah Rakan can be pretty deadly. If Renege can get into a good spot where running into those feathers means death rather than the Xayah just kind of tickling you, they are going to have to watch out. So the Nami surprisingly is let through, and it's going to be picked up alongside the Lucian. It's kind of crazy that a bot lane that is often such a staple of the lane is able to make it through to the second phase of a Game 5 Fearless draft.
It's surprising that the Lucian Nami actually made it this far into the overall series, and it's nice to see that also like Lucian Melio was another combination that was always up and it never got picked up either. So now seeing that Evil Fallen can actually pick up the Lucian, this should be pretty interesting to see how well they can play this Lucian Nami combo into the Xayah Rakan. We do see the Cho'Gath and the Jace being picked up here for the side of LCH, and to finalize their draft, SFV is going with the Vlad. I have not seen Vlad do so hot recently in the last couple of weeks. So I'm very curious to see if, depending on where it's going, I think that's going to Shiny Sneasel maybe, and then it's Jungle Silas. So yeah. I want to see how well Shiny Sneasel can do on this Vlad there, as we do have it going up against Jace, which is an interesting matchup, I think, because it's also one of that's a top lane matchup that we've seen before, and I believe Jace has actually won out on that matchup against the Vlad potentially. Especially if you bait out the pool, then eventually you just keep going in on him. He can't really get away from you. So this would be pretty interesting to see how well Maxine can perform on this Jace and be able to win it out, if they can win it out against SFV and the Vlad. So let's go ahead and just see what potentially this could lead up to. I'm not entirely sure what comp really wins it out. I think LCH's comp is a little bit. I think I like it a little bit better, even though it's lacking AP damage. I think I like it a little bit better.
You've got Cho'Gath and Amumu, which aren't like full on damage threats, but I would not underestimate the Cho. If he can get a little bit fed, his ability to kind of pop people even as a tank is still pretty strong. Amumu can help set that up as well. I feel like this is the first time where I am like, yeah, like LCH really has kind of like the advantage in the frontline department. I think the two big question marks for me this game are Maxing's Jace. He has played it before, but I don't think we got to. I don't think I got to see it myself. And then also the Sylas jungle. I think if Sylas is finding good angles, specifically to steal the kind of CC ultimates from the other side, or to nuke people with the Cho'Gath ult and steal a little health for himself, then he can definitely go massive in this game. But there is a lot of CC. The Xayah has CC. The Rakan has the Grand Entrance. There's the silence from the Cho'Gath, and those things can make it hard for Sylas to play, because Sylas usually doesn't have that much raw tankiness. Again, he's a bit of a drain tank. If you go in and you get CC'd, you could be in it for a tough time. So yeah, my eyes are really on the mid and jungle here, as I feel like the rest of the map should be able to be kind of self-sufficient for both teams.
And at this point, this is probably going to be the most even matchup of the two teams, I feel like, that we're going to end up seeing between them. Just also, I'm actually kind of curious though, because Owl has had this Darius banned against him a couple times, so I want to see how well he plays it up in this top side, especially into Cho'Gath. That could be not a fun lane for him, but going the Ghost instead of having the Ignite doesn't give him as much of the kill pressure up in that top lane. So I think it should be a pretty interesting lane to watch. And as you were saying, a lot of them are all very self-sufficient lanes. So it's going to be really hard to see constant backs. Oh, there we go. Grand Entrance is going to land right onto him. But Evil Fallen dishing out a lot of damage onto CU there. Bubble not going to land, but not needed there, as CU is taking just below half HP.
Bit of a rough trade from CU. Looks like she was trying to punish the timer for the level up timer that the XSV bot lane was going for, while Renege kind of finished off a minion to give the blue side bot lane level 2, but wasn't able to find it. Is able to go in a little bit, but oh, Bubble
gonna land on a Renege, and Renege nearly taken down. A couple more autos would have done it. I'm not gonna get the flash out. No barrier used either.
So stacked.
Yeah, a great pool now used by Shiny Sneasel. Maxing had just jumped in on top of him. I think they knew that the barrier was up, and so they didn't want to flash and try to force the barrier out of Reneg, and instead just allowed them to walk it out. Because the next time they can get another like combination like that, that's definitely gonna force either the flash or barrier out of them. And the health disparity between the two bot lane, the two bot lanes is absolutely insane.
Double bubble.
Insane double bubble gonna land on the two members, but not gonna be able to give the E onto the Lucian to be able to get that additional damage and potentially secure a kill there. Guardian gonna give a little bit of shielding, being able to give them more, but Silas is here and does ward the Tribush, goes for the Scuttle Crab, and will probably make some type of potential gank happen somewhere, depending on what the lanes are looking like.
Bot lane low on HP for Los Culos Hermanos, but the mana pool is starting to run dry for XSV as well. If they can't really capitalize and you know, find a kill angle, they will probably just have to back, and they do have the push advantage right now in the wave, so they can kind of choose to take the reset on their terms, maybe try to sync up with Silas for when the Drake spawns. We'll see how they choose to play it out, but they do need to be careful not to totally run out of mana, because then they could lose that advantage they have for themselves. Up in the top lane, I had an aggressive start to the lane, but has actually fallen a tiny bit down in CS. And over in the mid lane, Jace not looking like the strongest pick into the Vladimir so far. Maybe once he gets a little bit more AD, he can take those trades more aggressively. But Shiny Sneasel so far has been playing great into those to the skies from Jace. Owl eats a lot of damage from the minion wave.
Yeah, he was able to get all those bleed stacks on, but at the cost of taking so much damage from the minion wave, and now sitting at just under just about a quarter HP, and trying to do that into a Cho'Gath is probably going to be a little bit annoying for this Darius here.
And like I was saying, now Evil Fallen is out of mana, kind of getting shoved in. I feel like they had the opportunity to take a reset with a tempo lead, with a CS lead, try to, you know, buy out a little bit more and play aggro here. Now Evil Fallen sitting on, still has 2 biscuits and a health pot, but without the mana, you can't really take advantage of that to use your HP as a resource for fighting, unless unless you do that after the reset. But I feel like first base is, oh, hold on, bubble again.
We go. But the Grand Entrance going to be able to stop him. The feathers coming down. Dashes away from the feathers. Reneg gonna have to use the barrier. Barrier now forced out by Evil Fallen. Evil Fallen using the pots and using the biscuits, taking them down, trying to regain that HP. But the fight was just so even in that moment.
Extremely even fight. All the defensive summoner spells burned. Flash is still up. Lights cancels the base from the Xayah, and I guess XSV kind of making me eat my words, as they're able to look for the angle, even with the Grand Entrance landing onto Evil Fallen. The health pot and the biscuits does keep his health up, and now he does get to take a reset with a slight CS advantage.
And I think for the Lucian, that's going to look good. Going the Sheen first is an interesting choice to me, at the very least. But you know what? If they're going to go if they're going Essence Reaper, eventually it builds into it, right? So I don't think the Lucian's too worried about that for right now. Does get the extra little bit of damage on the autos after the fact that they use their spells. So at least they can combat a little bit more like that. But I probably would have preferred the Caulfields just for the extra AD damage.
Yeah, I feel like the AD damage is just so valuable in extended trades. The Sheen can help with the short trades, but
Silas gonna land it, changed on the CU, having to use the Grand Entrance, dashing away, able to get away from that, but chunked down quite a bit by that Silas.
No pots available to CU either, so she's gonna have to land some of those gleaming quills to get that health back up. And otherwise, that is going to make it a little bit tougher for the LCH bot lane to walk up aggressively. Back over in the mid lane, CS all even. Silas maybe, yeah, he's on the Drake here. Doesn't look like Spartiate's looking to contest this. I feel like the 1v1 likely to go in favor of Taylor Swift here, and Silas also having access to that level 6 a lot scarier. So going to be a bit of a free Drake for the side of XSV. His take is pretty slow, but it'll come through eventually, I'm sure.
Eventually, but we're still eagerly waiting.
Still waiting,
now.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
there we go. It's finally done. The Drake, that was a slow Drake. I honestly think that that the Amumu could have came through and possibly even tried to attempt to steal that. That was a really long Drake to go through from Silas, but Silas is not expected to be the fastest Drake taker. And instead, looking for the gank here as the movement's gonna come around. Pool's already been used. Maxing gonna get flashed in on, but first blood gonna go over to the Vlad, but it's gonna end up sacrificing against life, and Starpath gonna be able to take that kill. That's gonna be enough. Culling comes out. Reneg taken down to just 3/4 HP. Bubble not gonna be able to land to Light's able to get a little bit more damage, but it won't be enough. And that's it there for that fight as Vlad gets the first blood but loses his life as well.
Yeah, it looks like Vlad just sees the angle, is trying to bully Maxin. I'm curious if he saw Amumu when he went for this play, and that was the catalyst to go in, or if he just no, it's just off the empowered Q. I think. But in any case, I mean, yeah, great aggressive play from the Vladimir, baits out the to the skies, and then the flash Q picks up the kill. Sparshade is able to trade it back, but you definitely want your gold on the Vlad. Vlad can scale up into a monster, and Jace being behind makes it a lot harder for him to be useful. You need those shock blasts to be a major threat. If they're just tickling, you can kind of shrug off his presence in the game. And so that is exactly what XSV wants. I mean, obviously they'd prefer it if their mid laner didn't die, but he takes the fight to his opponent and wins big. Flash still available for Maxine, but I don't know if he'll be able to really punish that advantage by himself.
Honestly don't think so either. And so at this point, I think that they just need to maybe focus a little bit more onto that mid lane. Just try to get Maxing at least in a little bit more of a better state to be able to play this game. But here we go now, trying to combat as the Void Grub's gonna go over all three of them, the SFV, and here comes the tidal wave, not gonna be able to land onto any members as Taylor Swift is forced to flash over the wall, not gonna be able to get any healing if the chains miss, but now they're gonna be all getting the dunks onto him as the first ultimate comes out and is able to take him, trying to get more stacks onto the Cho'Gath, and that's gonna be Sniny Sneasel getting another kill on this Vladimir as two members on the side of LCH are just dropped off the face of the earth.
Oh, it's a disaster for Los Culos Hermanos. Once again, Taylor Swift just doing an objective with Amumu around the corner. He's a little bit later to it, and that means the objective goes down in the favor of XSV while Los Culos Hermanos try to punish it. The Nami's there first, and it's a 2-for-0 trade in favor of XSV. I feel like Maxine might have been able to flash after Taylor Swift and at least try to take out the Silas there, but instead it's just everyone getting trapped in the pit, and Maxine, I guess, does live. Committing into the enemy jungle might have meant a death, but they do need to start finding plays. And they have the tools to do it. Amumu has the ult here, but with the ward in the tri-bush, I don't expect a gank will come through here. The Amumu clear is good, but Silas now on that first item is going to be able to match it pretty nicely.
And this is gonna be, I'm very curious to see, like, once we actually get like a really nice, like a nice 3v3 fight in between bot lane and like the jungle. Oh wow, almost got stopped the back, but Shiny Sneasel barely missed on the well there. The Tides of Blood barely missing and causing that to happen. But like, let's see what happens like once Silas and like Amumu meet up once again in the middle of the fight. I think like this next upcoming objective, this next Drake in a minute and a half, should be like that one like fight that's gonna really show us how well these compositions work with one another. And hold on though, Silas is making their way down, is seen on the ward, so they will be stopped right there. Culling gonna be able to land a little bit on to see you, a little bit of chunk damage. Gonna be able to get the flash out of the Nami as the grand entrance is gonna be completely missed. Due to the flash right there. Silas is here, ready and waiting, and they want to try to make this work, trying to push this wave in. Silas is ready for the dive.
Sums up on bot lane with the Xayah ult. This could be scary. This is a potential throw for XSV if they mess it up.
Yep, tidal wave gonna come through. Here comes the feathers. They're not gonna be able to land anything on it, and that's gonna look like the regret of a tower dive. Taylor Swift gonna end up losing their life as the Xayah stays completely safe.
I feel like you could try to feign the aggression there, throw the Nami ult, have Silas use the E1, but not commit the E2, get the Xayah ult, then you can try the redive, or you can just call it off and say, hey, we got Xayah ult, next dive's gonna be really easy. This?
But here we go. That's what they were possibly looking for. Barrier going to be utilized by Reneg. Reneg now dishing out way more damage. The barrier's still open for Evil Fallen, and instead he loses his life. Reneg secures that kill and brings the Xayah up to 2-0.
Xayah getting fed is not what XSV want. They're pretty short range, and Xayah loves playing into short range teams. Again, you know, that's kind of what I was looking for towards the back end there, where now that Xayah has no ult, you try to punish, but it just doesn't work out. Evil Fallen, I think, didn't have the mana for the ultimate there, didn't use the barrier because he likely just wasn't expecting the Blade Caller to kill. You know, it can be the backloaded damage of Xayah catches people off guard very frequently, and yeah, just a big misplay by XSV, potentially trying to force a little too hard. You know, the game 5, the nerves are there, the fatigue is there, and that can cause you to forget some pretty basic things like diving Xayah is just generally not a good idea.
That just seemed like a really weird idea for it. So hopefully they'll look at that this time and be like, all right, we're not going to do that again, especially if we know her ult's up. She's not. Oh, wait a second. Oh, that bandage toss is gonna land right onto the right on the shiny Sneasel, forcing the flash out of them. But now they're looking to continue that chase to lights. Is going to be the target of the Amumu. Bandage toss lands onto him, and Jace is going to be able to take that kill, giving the first kill over to the Jace for the first time in the game. And that's right there is what you need to try to get him at least catching up back to this flag.
While that was happening, the Drake. Oh, hold on.
Oh no, the chain's gonna land onto him. Amumu ulti gets used though. Right in return is the stolen one.
No way.
And Taylor Swift gonna be able to take out CU right there. But let's see how this fights go. Maxing returns the kill back as Shiny Sneasel gets dropped. But Reneg going on a killing spree as Evil Fallen is looking for someone to attempt to kill. TP comes down as Owl is looking to help with the chase. But these guys are on the wrong end of the wall. And it's gonna be Owl coming in, finds them, gets the feathers to drop down, and the storm comes in, but Evil Fallen is able to take out Reneg.
It's a bloodbath and a mess of TPs across the fight. As yeah, on the tail end of that play, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Maxing showing the haters a little bit there with the solo kill onto Shiny Sneasel. Maybe it's just the first item power spike that Jace needs to be able to take this fight. Maybe he caught him off guard. We didn't see the whole fight play out there. You know, Reneg also getting caught out even with the ult coming back up. The fight started out good for Los Culos Hermanos, but they kind of overextend into the enemy jungle looking for camps, and then there is a bit of a punish with the respawn timers coming through. And through all of that, XSV also did pick up the Drake. At the start of the fight, Los Culos Hermanos tried to pick off Shiny Sneasel, who used both of the summoner spells to get out of there, and because they committed to that play, XSV was able to finish off the Drake. And then on the back end of it, they sacrificed the Nami, and I think they can be pretty happy continuing to stack the Drakes. If they're able to continue playing around those, that's a very solid win condition for them.
And I think for them right now, this is probably what they want to continue doing. The straight Drake stacking. The gold lead has not been able to go anywhere past like about 500 to 700 gold at any given moment. So I think for right now, SFV still feels like they're in a pretty good spot that they can continue to fight out like this. But they have to be mindful of the fact that LCH does have a pretty decently scaling composition into that. Once, like you said, Xayah likes to fight into these short range compositions. And if you can't touch her, but she can, oh, wait a second, Alcoholic with the feast, dropping in on Darius and just taking him out. I was not expecting that to basically chunk him from like 2 quarters HP. But yeah, he did it.
That was a lot of damage coming through from the Cho'Gath. That was, yeah, like basically like a 30% or so of Owl's health just gone, and the Cho'Gath feasts tonight. That is, again, that's one of the big frontliners that if he can get ahead, Alcoholic can be massive here. 3 levels up.
Oh, but let's see if Taylor Swift can do something here, but not looking like they're gonna be able to. Does have the feast themselves, wants to go win. I think they ended up using it to try to get a little HP back, but no, actually that was the subjugation. Sorry, that was me just not even thinking right now. It's getting a little too late, but Maxing feeling a little bit braver right now, and it's trying to chase into Evil Fallen. This Jace could potentially chunk him down if he does manage to get on top of this Lucian, so Lucian having to be extremely careful.
Bit of a slow start from Los Culos Hermanos in this game, but they have ramped it up, playing with a lot more confidence. Maxing starting to take fights aggressively. Alcoholic taking the 1v1 with the Darius when he had been playing safe in the earlier parts of the game. And that just shows, you know, knowing their power spikes, knowing when they can take those fights, and not trying to take them a moment too soon. Well, we did see a few early fights that they didn't need to with the, you know, the maxing with the one early death. But now that he has his items starting to come in, he is feeling good. Alcoholic has the level lead up here, has a 1 CS advantage, and Owl still wants the fight, maybe.
It's interesting. I did not think Yumu's was an item that people were building on Darius in this day and age, but okay, that should be pretty interesting.
I feel like he needs a little bit of health. His health bar is just so low that a well-placed Cho'Gath combo, maybe with a little follow-up, can delete the Darius. His role is to be a bruiser, not an assassin, but I think it is still a good item for him. Darius loves move speed. And, you know, yeah, just target access is the name of the game for him. If he can keep his Q stacked up and get that bonus AD, get all that healing, not going to look for the engage.
Instead, we're getting the TP down as Cho'Gath is coming in to try to help defend this mid tower. Pressing forward. 4 seconds left for the Drake to spawn. Misses the rupture. Not going to be able to get anything else. The Jace knocking back the Riptail. It's kind of hilarious, but not going to be able to stop that. That's going to be the red team being able to destroy the first tower, mid-tier 1, dropping there, but they aren't at the Dragon Pit first. We should see, it should be LCH able to get into this Dragon Pit, but they're looking for the Silas, able to land a Bandage Toss onto him. He does have the Amumu ulti ready in case he's ready to use it. Second charge of the Bandage Toss, not going to be able to land as the Tidal Wave comes in, able to land onto 2 different members of this opposite side, but T-Lights gets found off in the back alongside Evil Fallen, forces the barrier out. Taylor Swift going to be able to take out Reneg as they continue down the chase. Evil Fallen now going to be able to be taken down as Maxim goes in a killing spree. Full T-Lights being chased down. See you, not going to be able to land the Grand Entrance onto him, but instead it's going to be the Amumu taking them out as the Curse of the Sad Mummy going to be used in the middle of those multiple members. 3 now versus 3, or 4 versus 3 now, as the double kill goes over to the Amumu, able to take out the Darius as they're continuing down to chase down Shiny Sneasel. Going to be able to use the Sanguine Pool to be able to dodge out on a lot of damage, but that's going to be it for the rest of the fight, as the only member on the side of LCH to drop was the Xayah, but multiple members drop on the side of SFVW, and it's looking like the Drake this time is going over to Los Culos Hermanos.
3-for-1 trade in favor of Los Culos Hermanos. Another big fight, catapulting them into the lead and stopping the Drake stacking in this mid game. It's not it's not a huge lead, but it is a lead, and they are starting to show the confidence they have in these fights. Amumu ult being held for quite a while there. I feel like Shiny Sneasel did a great job for XSV, bringing a lot of low health bars, but the target focus just wasn't really there. There's not a ton of reliable CC on XSV's comp, and that is a problem for them. You're basically relying on Nami hitting her skill shots, Silas hitting his skill shots, or Darius being able to walk up and hook someone. Otherwise, you are, you know, you've got a lot of damage and not a lot else. And Los Culos Hermanos have a pretty tanky team with a lot more CC that they can use to pick off members and play fights the way they want.
And they have a lot more of that CC that's going to be absolutely necessary. Bandage Toss still going to land right on the T-Lights, and they're not going to be able to get away. You're only a Nami Tidal Wave going to be trying to use to save their life. The Evan Flow, not enough though, as they get taken down. And that's going to be another kill going over to the Amumu.
Another kill to Amumu. Not going to look for more. I thought Evil Fallen might have been next on the menu there, but is able to lead. Now Taylor Swift looking.
Oh, and he's almost gonna be able to find him, but the stolen quickness not gonna be enough to be able to grab anybody. That would have been a decent chunk of damage, and if they caught somebody else, could have been a death too. But it wasn't able to be done there. SFVW right now feels like they probably feel like they're more behind than they actually are, and that's why they keep trying to find these little random plays. But they're not as far behind as they think. They need to just play the game out normally. Only 1.7k, just under 2k down. It's not enough to make yourself feel too bad. But after this tower drops, might be just a little bit more. Nope, it just hit the 2k mark now. But Evil Fallen though has fallen Reneg. But oh, hold on, Chain's not gonna land onto him, and instead gonna be backing away now. I thought Taylor Swift was turning around to try to attempt to fight. I was like, why is he trying to chain the other way? But yeah, let's see what happens.
Some shutdowns available that XSV could try to claim. I think as they get into the slightly later stages of this game, I feel like that Vlad and Silas will start to be a bit more of an issue. When Silas has access to some more ability haste and a little bit more AP and HP, he can play the extended fights. You know, again, they've got kind of like a triple drain tank thing, and I feel like those don't really do a lot in the earlier skirmishes, but the later team fights, they might be able to show off a little bit more, especially, you know, kind of leeching off the health that the Cho'Gath and Amumu have. And also being able to withstand Jace a bit more. Xayah, though, will be a huge issue for the side of XSV.
Oh, that's going to be the chains barely not landing on, but the Amumu uses the Curse of Sad Mummy. Quickness comes out and is trying to hold up multiple members as Maxing is trying to stay back and get the damage that he needs as the Rampage comes out from Amumu, able to take down both members. TP coming in from Owl, going to be able to get Maxing with the dunk on his head, but it's still going to have to be the one that runs away as Owl gets the drive-by kill, and that's all he can say that he can take, as two members, though, on the side of SSVW still did get dropped in that bot lane.
Owl shows up, pushes R on Maxine, and just runs away extremely quickly. Nice shutdown claimed by the Darius. Still a long road ahead for XSV. They are down just over 1,000 gold. Okay, maybe a little bit more with that turret going down, but yeah, the fight 2v3 not as close as XSV would hope. They kind of just get locked up, and they're not able to use their abilities enough to stay alive for a long time. Shiny Sneasel does have the death cap completed, though, and for Vlad that means being tankier and dealing a lot more damage. Still, again, I think still needs a little bit more in the way of itemization to really be a scary threat, but can potentially pop the squishier members if he gets access to them. It's just there's so much CC that getting access is a big problem.
And that's what they've been trying to just chew through, but they haven't been able to. Whenever Amumu and Cho'Gath and Rakan are all around together, even if it's just Amumu and Rakan, it's really hard for them to be able to chew through the slight tankiness of them and also get through the CC. As we're going to see, the culling is going to get taken up, but the Amumu absorbs all the damage. Culling now down, and the rest of the members on the side of SSVW are now spread out. Shiny Sneasel, though, just under them on the Vlad, though, as spotted out by Alcoholic. Rupture going to be able to land, and the Cho'Gath's continuing to chase. The Tide Caller's blessing on the Nami going to be able to give a little bit of movement speed. The bubbles are going to be able to give you those little bit more damage, but that Rupture landing on the T-Lights again going to be able to take a little bit of damage off of him, and they just keep teetering back and forth, and we do have the pause.
10 seconds on the Drake. I feel like XSV should just give this up. They have not been looking at their strongest in these last few fights, and so you know, they in all likelihood probably want to give up some of that space. Let that Drake go down. It's only the second of the game, and if they you know, they can use those two Drakes they claimed in the early game as a bit of a runway to pick up the pace, pick up some items on their members. We have Lucian going for the RFC, which means he can attack people like one time from a bit safer range, but in terms of the raw damage, that is hindering his output pretty severely, I think. Yeah, that's just tough because you need to be able to get through these big health bars. You know, Amumu only has one real armor item, the Sunfire Cape, and he just ate the Lucian ult like it was nothing. It was basically like as much damage as, you know, maybe like a Q auto combo does. Maybe the squishier members it'll hit a bit harder, but Amumu and Cho'Gath going to be able to shrug that off.
We're going to have to see if this ends up being the thing that can potentially change up everything for them. I think going into these fights is gonna be the setup here from now on is gonna be very big on at SFVW to be able to get what they want out of all of this. I'm not particularly gonna be like surprised if, you know, again, that they somehow managed to lose this because of the fact that, like, again, the lack of CC that is coming out from their team not being as consistent. Like, again, a big dependent component of your CC is tidal wave from Nami and potentially the stolen Amumu ult from Silas, and as you also said, a literal hook. So there's a lot that's gonna go into this that I don't think we're gonna be able. That's gonna be able to make it so that they can how do you say? It's going to be easy for them to really fight into this composition, especially when Amumu and Cho'Gath are going to be basically those like big old tanky shields for the rest of the team.
There's not easy tank busting on the side of XSV. I mean, Silas Darius, if they get consistent access, yes, can do work, but I think the LCH team composition just works really well into that. Melee's consistently sticking to tanks when you're being shredded by Xayah is not a recipe for success for the red side, and so approaching into this choke when you can get a Mumu ulted, you could get knocked up by Cho'Gath. CU has the summoner spells up and has the quickness. It is just a tough angle to take. I really think XSV should just, go catch that top wave. Go, try to push up mid a little bit and get that wave and deny some resources there. Quickness taken by Taylor Swift, but will they fight it?
Let's see if they're gonna try to make that engage go in. He does need the chains to make that happen, though. If he can find the opponent like Maxing or anybody, it might be worth it. But now the bandage toss is gonna land now, counteracting the chains. Quickness now gonna be able to find tidal wave, not gonna land on any other members. As Renega gonna be able to take that kill. Taylor Swift being dropped, but now Maxing is continuing on as Shiny Sneasel gets taken out. Cho'Gath gonna be able to take out Owl. Now all that's left is the bot lanes from the side of SFVW, and that's just it. They can't do much else. 4K gold lead for the side of LCH, and their Drake is now in their hands. The second Drake going over to them as we speak.
Is up. It could cancel the back from maxing there. Maybe won't be committed though. The health bars were low, so LCH not going to be able to grab the mid lane turret, but they will be able to grab their second Drake here. Looked like Owl almost had an angle to go huge in the back lane there, was able to hit a big Q, stack up the passive onto Xayah, but then just when you think he's going to hit the Noxian Guillotine, Xayah has the Featherstorm, and so Darius goes down without really doing too much in the end in that fight. It did wreak a little bit of havoc in the background as far as pulling pressure there, but yeah, Los Culos Hermanos continuing to extend their lead, 4,000 gold now, and with the Drake starting to come into their pocket, they are only going to get stronger. This Chemtech Drake is also just a great one for them. If they can pick up that soul, it is going to be so hard to kill their frontliners. They are going to be able to get off even more damage, even more CC before they go down. That looked like a little slow-mo Amumu Q on my screen. Not sure if that was a bug or I'm lagging or what, but
I think that was a spectator bug, yeah, for a moment.
Vision now being set in the top side. No one really committing anything here. Shiny Sneasel waiting, but it's not like he's strong enough to really one-shot anyone here. Items need to come through for XSV. Maybe when they hit those third items, they can play these fights a little more readily. But for Los Culos Hermanos, most of them already have that third item.
Yeah, and then Reneg right there, though, just took a chunk of damage from that 3-item Lucian right there as well. So that was definitely that IE starting to make him hurt. Reneg, though, able to walk it out as they have 3 items with the SSV Renavori and the Mortal Reminder to help counteract a lot of that healing that's going to be coming out from 4 of the 5 members, actually, on the side of SSVW. And I think that was something that they were hoping would actually help them sustain a lot more of these fights. It was like, oh, we're going to have Darius able to heal, Silas able to heal, Vladimir can heal on his own, Nami can help keep us topped off, so we should be able to sustain these fights significantly better than the side of LCH. But LCH has just been playing the composition significantly better, and I think also possibly their builds for their teams are slightly better, so it ultimately ends up kind of losing out not only to Shopkeeper, but hold on, CU almost got caught out there, but did not get pincered on, as Taylor Swift is now here. They do land the chains onto CU. The Rakan is now all locked up, does steal the Amumu ult, so Silas does have a good one to take. Reneg chunked out by the Culling then canceled out by the bandage toss. Gonna use this curse sad mummy to lock up the Lucian. Now is the Amumu dominating. T-Lights looking like the next target for them, as the Nami is forced to flash out. Taylor Swift using the enhanced utilizing the enhanced blast cone to be able to get away from the rest of the team. This is just looking crazy, as the Baron is now looking like the next target for the side of LCH, and with the Cho'Gath guarding them, they actually have the ability to do so. But Owl here off to the bottom. They did spot him out there, and they're gonna turn on to him. T-Lights making their way down as Taylor Swift is also on the way there. We do not see the Vladimir making their way around, and there's now
Zaya.
4.6. They're gonna try to make it out, but Zaya gets shut down as the Vladimir finds him off on the box side, and we're gonna try as the Amumu is caught off on the back end. Taylor Swift now trying to fight them off. Chain's not gonna be able to land. 4 members still alive on the side of LCH as they're trying to find it, but Alcoholic gonna be able to take out Taylor Swift, going on a killing spree, and now the fight is all evened out. Tidal Wave gonna be able to land on the 2 members, but Owl and Shiny Sneasel trying to get a little bit more done as they're gonna lock down Owl. Owl able to take out T-Lights, but then that's gonna be returned as Amumu takes him out. He actually gets the double kill, being able to get rid of the Rakan as well. So they're still looking though, as Maxing is trying to run away for their life, but they're gonna let the Jace get away, bringing the goal lead to within 3K, and that's gonna be SFBW finding a good fight for themselves to win.
That's a much needed Baron throw in favor of XSV. Cho'Gath was trying to guard the top side, but a lot of the approach came from this bottom side of the river, and Shiny Sneasel finds the angle onto the Zaya, who has no ult, has the barrier, but Vlad is strong enough to kill through that at this point. Maxine also forced a flash. It's another shutdown that could have been claimed by Shiny Sneasel. And the more money he gets, the scarier he's going to become. Taylor Swift also nearly got that feast off onto Spartiate, but Alcoholic, with the bigger, better feast from Cho'Gath, is able to save his jungler, at least initially. And you can see here, Owl, with his dying breath, takes out CU. It's a bloodbath. As so much of the series has been, another huge shutdown claimed by Shiny Sneasel. We might have like a full item just off that fight.
Going right into the fight, and immediately Shiny Sneasel going to be able to get the shutdown onto Cho'Gath, that they end up taking them down, forcing the rest of the team out. They no longer have that big old tank. SFEW now bringing the goal lead to within 1.7k. The Drake is now looking like theirs, and potentially the soul point is going to be going for SFEW. What is LCH doing? There's no way they're letting this game slip from their grasp.
It might be the good old Dignitas style Baron throw. And the Los Culos Hermanos are kind of far up here.
Wait a second though, Owl getting bandage tossed and stunned up, but now being able to get away. Chain's gonna land on onto the 1 member there. Amumu is ready, uses the Crest of the Sad Mummy to go ahead and keep them locked up, but Taylor Swift gonna use theirs as well and get taken out.
Owl.
As Owl is able to return the kills and take out the enemy jungler, but he's gonna be taken out by Maxing as well. 3 versus 3 now. Mid and bots versus mid and bot. Do they want to continue this fight, or does any of them want to let it go? And it looks like the rest of the teams decided to disperse.
In the 4v5, Los Culos Hermanos find...
Oh, wait a second. Evil Fallen gonna be able to take out Renee. Talaway gonna come down. Now Maxing sees his target, and it was the Nami that was next. Once those 2 bot laners were dropped, it was over, and the Baron now is looking like the target this time around for the side of LCH.
Okay, so I guess now in the 4v5, that makes it a 2-for-4 exchange in favor of Los Culos Hermanos. And we're back on the Baron. Shiny Sneasel, maybe we'll sniff this out. This is a really slow take, but they do have enough health that they can probably do it. If Shiny Sneasel gets in on Maxing, though, that might be a kill angle. They have to play the zone game well here.
Yup, and that's why they're immediately backing off. Silas is also on the way. They still see those timers. Shiny Sneasel now trying to chunk out a bit of damage onto Alcoholic, but the rest of the team is now here, and they're forcing a back out of these members on the side of LCH, and that's SSVW able to stop the Baron from being taken.
Baron, a hot topic in this game, as it's the second time Los Culos Hermanos have tried to start it and not been able to get through its health bar. You know, Jace, Amumu, Cho'Gath is not really a speedy take. They need that Zaya there, and luckily for XSV, that was the one pick that Evil Fallen was able to get in the mid lane. Even though Maxine pulled out the 1v2 afterwards, this Jace really hurting. That's half of Evil Fallen's health bar gone with 1 empowered Shock Blast. Even though Maxine pulls out some magic there, it's still just too slow. You know, lethality, Jace, not the best Baron taker. Tank Cho'Gath, not the best Baron taker. Yes, Amumu has Leandre's, but it's slow, and Baron hurts. So, yeah, we find ourselves at just under a 2,000 gold lead in favor of Los Culos Hermanos. Drake coming up in 2 minutes. The potential soul for XSV Wrath or soul point claimed back for Los Culos Hermanos. It really feels like anyone's game here, as the past 2 fights have looked, well, really it's just 1 fight. The past fight that XSV have found has looked like they have started finding the angles again. They are able to get through these health bars now that they have a little bit more items coming through. And so Los Culos Hermanos having to play a little bit more careful. I still think they have the easier comp to execute, but Shiny Sneasel is on 4 items, and I feel like a 4-item Vlad in an extended fight is a lot scarier than the Jace, but Maxine does hurt. If he can find the good angles, don't count him out.
I'm really suspecting that within the next 2 fights, like that's probably gonna be the deciding factor. Either they're gonna be fighting for this Baron, or what's gonna be happening in the next minute and a half is that they don't want to allow SSVW to get onto this soul, especially when it's gonna be the Chemtech soul here, and they've already stacked up enough Drakes. Bandage toss though gonna land on the Taylor Swift. There's gonna be Spar trying to find a different target instead of Taylor Swift there. Taylor Swift stealing the ultimate from the Amumu. Tidal Wave gonna land on the 2 different members. As the ultimate gets used, the Sarah Mummy getting used by both members. Silas having to go golden to be able to keep themselves alive, but Alcoholic gonna be able to take him down and eat him up as he goes down. Shiny Sneasel though going on a rampage, and they end up finding the Zaya off on the backside. Evil Fallen gonna be able to do a lot of damage. There's the Culling Drifters out onto Cho'Gath, giving him the kill, double kill, going over to the Shiny Sneasel, but maxing off on the back end, able to do a lot of damage over to these members as he takes them out. But Evil Falling dishing it right back as the Jace is falling.
That could be game.
Lucian takes that game. It takes that kill, and they're gonna start pushing these minions into the base.
Shiny Sneasel making heroics in the backline, just straight up diving Renege on the Zaya through the summoner spells, through the ultimate, through everyone on Los Culos Hermanos, is still able to find that kill, is able to get the pool cooldown back up and pop multiple other members down to low HP bars. And even though Maxine was going crazy on the XSV backline in his own right, nearly able to take out Evil Fallen, it is still the team fight win for XSV. They are going to turn towards this Drake. They have their jungler on the way who will be here first. Unless CU can pull off a miracle steal, this should be the soul claimed by the red team.
I think this is going to be Red Team Soul, definitely. Amumu's not going to be able to make it there in time, and they're starting to pull this out, so there's no way to get into the pit. The jungler for the side of SSVW has already appeared. They tried to get it with that Q, but not going to be enough. The Gleaming Coil won't be enough, and that's going to be the Soul Securer for the side of SSVW. They are once again now back into the lead. Even though it's a very small lead, they are now back into it, and they are possibly looking poised to end this game.
I talked about how much the Soul would value the Los Culos Hermanos comp, but it is just as good on the top side of XSV. They have those drain tanks who love being able to deal more damage to heal even more, and having a little bit more tankiness so they can go.
Oh no, Owl getting found out there. Bandage Toss gonna land onto the Amumu. I think Amumu was looking for the Nami instead as a target, and so instead of finding that target, they're gonna try to clear some of these wards out. Bubble gonna land onto the Amumu, forces them over the wall. Bandage Toss, big Curse of the Stab Mummy gonna land on the multiple members, but that's gonna be the life ended by the Amumu as Owl's able to take that kill. Chains is not gonna land onto anyone, but is gonna be able to steal the Cho'Gath ultimate. That is still 4 members live for the side of LCH, but they might be at this disadvantage right now as SSBW just has an absolute lead on the game. Being able to finally get themselves to 2K up. Alcoholic now caught in the middle of multiple members. Shiny Sneasel though ends up finding Reneg off in the back line. Is he going to be able to take him out? Barrier now being used, shields now being used, trying to keep him alive. But Reneg being chased down by Owl. Owl nearly taken out as Taylor Swift going to be able to take out the Cho'Gath, and is going to be the Darius now killing the Zaya and the Rakan. Even though Darius loses his life, Evil Fallen finishes off the J, and they should be done. This should be potentially
the waves aren't there. The waves aren't there. They might not yet be able to finish. They should be able to at least get the inhibitor, maybe 2 inhibitors. They could turn towards the Baron. If they wait too long, they might miss the window on that too. What a fight for XSV. Shiny Sneasel with a super blast code to find the Hemo Plague on everyone. And also Owls signing up for a new job as the director of Hammer Angels. Pulls Marche straight into the back. And Oh, we might be dead
Curse
again.
that money gonna end up getting used off in the bottom of the, in the middle of that, as he also uses it too. We keep seeing these stolen ultimates half the time, can't tell which one is which, but the Amumu has not dropped just yet. But the Nexus might be dropping soon, and it's looking like SFVW advances on in a 5-game banger series on the finals as they end up winning tonight against Los Culos Hermanos.
That series basically could not have been any more back and forth. I feel like we had 3 games that were similarly close to this, where it felt like either team could win it. There were, games 3 and 4. I feel like we're a bit more one-sided on each team, in each team's favor. And then of course we got to get the absolute banger to finish it off, where XSV starts off with a good lead, throws it a little bit. Los Culos Hermanos takes the lead, a Baron throw into Baron throw again, and when all is said and done, it's XSV once again punishing Los Culos Hermanos for trying to start that Baron to win the game. Maybe they should have just stayed away from that pit.
And I think it actually shows how in the damage graphs, even like how this game ended up going, because even though the Xayah was doing very well in the beginning of the game, playing into them, they couldn't get anything done. Jace then started to ramp up in the damage with the lethality items coming through, but it just wasn't enough to be able to take out the Vlad. Even though when they jumped on top of the Lucian, they still had the Vlad damage, the damage from the Silas, and the healing and everything that was able to keep them sustained. And that's something I pointed out in the earliest points of the game, where it was like, oh, they might be able to win because of, look at all that 56,000 healing just strictly from the Vlad alone. And this is with them building items to negate all that healing. Grievous Wounds just feels like it's the most useless thing in the game. But anyways, that's just me. I feel like, yeah, this is not okay. Like these graph stats are not okay. Even with Grievous Wound items, they still were not able to stop this healing that came out from these different members on the side of SFVW. And I really think like having all that healing advantage is what ultimately helped them win. They were able to sustain a lot more throughout these fights, and it kept them in the fight significantly longer. And then once Shiny Sneasel scaled up to the point of being a literal almost 6-item Vladimir, they couldn't stop him anymore. And then the damage chart showed it, and then ultimately how they played showed it. I think SSVW definitely showed out. Even though these guys went all the way to 5 games, it's still crazy that, this is what ended up happening. So nothing to take away from LCH, because they played it to 5 games. It just feels like I think that after game 4, it was going to be a lot harder for them to be able to win that out.
Los Culos Hermanos lost while up kills, by the way. They have the kill lead here, despite the loss. So I really feel like it does feel like a bit more of a throw from them. I don't know if Spartiate needed to be so close to the wall of Baron Pit there at the end. It's really tragic for them. I feel like for the side of XSV, they were having some build decisions that I wasn't really sure about on those first 2 completions, but because Los Culos Hermanos wasn't able to fully punish that, because they had the Baron throw, XSV was able to complete more items. And once you're on 3 or 4 items, it doesn't matter what order you build them in. You're just as strong as if you had built them in the correct order. And so now they got to be, take over the game. Silas Vlad scale incredibly well. The composition from I feel like XSV's composition was kind of in a power trough in the mid game, and then they just rocketed back up towards the end, and kind of the opposite happened for Los Culos Hermanos. But I really have to shout out Shiny Sneasel. That guy was finding insane angles in these fights, like just left, right, center. He was making Reneg's life hell, and it's so hard for the Xayah to play into that, because the Vlad is stacking ability haste. He's able to, if he gets 1 empowered Q on you, and then you try to root him up, he can pop the Zanyas, he can flash away, he can then ghost back in, look for another combo on you. He has the pool. It's so hard to find that lethal combo on the Vladimir. I think the chain CC that was available to Los Culos Hermanos needed to be focused almost entirely on that Vladimir. It's just so hard to land the combo. And even if you do that, there are still other threats on that team.
especially when you consider how limited your CC was in general. For the other side, it's just like, okay, you can't focus down members like the same way that LCH could. And even though they were trying to get it down all in the Vladimir, it's still like he pulls and then you already used up a bunch of your cooldowns, and now he just gets to run rampant on the back end. So nicely done by the side of SSVW to go ahead and advance over to finals from here on out. So we should be seeing hopefully who's going to be hoisting up the trophy. Not sure as of yet, but you guys should be finding out within the week. So once again, thank you guys for joining us tonight on Conqueror League, as it is now officially 1 a.m. on the East Coast, guys. That was an absolute insane series of games that we had to just fight through. 5 games tonight, guys. 5 games, and I hope every single one of you guys enjoyed it. Once again, thank you guys, all the audience, for always joining us here at Titan Esports to give us this audience to be able to bring you guys this great League of Legends. Thank you to the players. Thank you to Freedom Potatoes for joining me on the cast. Thank you, Sherigan and Rarecast Adam, for always being great on the production, bringing us the replays and bringing us the excellent quality that we can bring to this audience here. Once again, guys, this has been Titan Esports Conqueror League. I am Malco. This is Freedom Potatoes, and we are wishing you guys a good night.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on a low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?